I pressed live.
No, that was close. That was. I always say something really saucy straight before it goes live.
You just have this weird habit of wanting to get caught for some reason.
Last time it was bolognese.
Someone who came and if someone came along and psychoanalyzed you, you'd say they're begging to get caught.
Oh goodness. Going into psychology terms now. So yeah, we've got this cute little train game going. It looks like Minecraft meets a train game meets roller coaster.
You just see any voxel game and you just think, oh, it's a Minecraft game.
Ah, Minecraft, yes. We are playing Train Minecraft. It's so cute. Look at the lighting too, damn. That's some good ass lighting. Yes.
I'm just sharing the link at the moment.
It's like toy blocks. It's so cute.
Why is it? There we go. No, that was a preview. And now I'll go to Twitter. Don't be afraid to speak, so that way we don't have to dead air.
Yeah, okay. I'm waiting for an audience because I've got some tea to spill. Yo, Celestial Falcon's in the chat. What's this? This is Station to Station. Basically,
I've never played it before.
Neither have I. Shiny is going to be building some train stations because we like trains.
I like trains.
Hello, by the way, Celestial Falcon. Hello.
Okay, playing Station to Station with Eerie. Do you want to retweet that?
Yes, sir. I will do that. All right, let's take a look. My brother's upset I ate his cookie I ate one of his crumble cookies. He's like, you owe me $15. Well, too bad.
$15 for a fucking cookie?
Yeah, they were crumble cookies, dude. Crumble
Does it come with blowjobs and hookers?
It should. Because they're so fucking expensive. I ate a single cookie. And apparently it was worth $15.
You're getting ripped off if you're paying 15 fucking quid for a biscuit.
Also, I heard crumble cookie quality isn't that good because, like, everyone complains that it's sort of raw, so it's not even worth the price.
Oh, you mean like it's slightly uncooked?
Yeah, like it's not baked all the way.
Well, I think that maybe that's like part of the appeal. Like it's like cookie dough, because I don't know, like cookie dough is just have a taste of that for some people really love for some reason.
Mm-hmm. So
I think that's what Domino's cookies do. Domino's cookies, they don't bake them all the way, and so that way it's like slightly more doughy and it's kind of nice. I like them.
You like it that way?
Yeah, I kind of do. Yeah.
I'm not sure how I feel about that.
You think it's not cooked? It's like, oh, how dare they? I want more. I want my money back.
Crumble cookies.
You're paying $15 and you can't be bothered to actually cook the cookie.
They're like the Starbucks of cookies. You know how Starbucks is like overpriced coffee?
I wouldn't know because I never go to Starbucks.
That's true. Do you not have Starbucks where you live?
We have it. I just don't go to it.
Respect. I don't care for Starbucks either. I used to work for a Starbucks. And the thing is, the quality of their coffee is good. The quality of everything else is shit. All right. Don't get chocolate anything. It doesn't taste like chocolate. Don't get sugary anything because, like, don't get anything that's flavored as anything else because it doesn't taste like it. Like for instance, the whipped cream, it's just straight up vanilla and cream. They don't even sweeten it. The chocolate doesn't even taste like real chocolate. It tastes like shit. But like but they overprice you for the quote unquote Starbucks experience. And the Starbucks experience is basically just when they say hi to you and like they like try to make an interpersonal connection. They like try to force it on the workers on like make a personal connection with every single customer. And you know what?
But it's not a personal connection, is it? Because it's completely fake.
Yeah, it is.
That's one of the things that I can't stand. It's like false pleasantries because it just feels like so fake. I know you don't care about me. I know I'm just a customer. Don't pretend to be nice to me. Don't pretend we're friends.
Well, here's the thing. I'm pretty like when it comes to a workplace environment, I'm pretty outgoing, so I don't mind the pleasantries. I like smiling and say hi to people. It's really nice.
It's all smiling and
Foxhound.
say hi, but don't like pretend pleasantries. You know, if you
Yeah.
mean it, like if you just say, you know, be nice, be kind, you either get along with. Don't just be like fake friend energy.
Yeah.
You have
Yeah.
Cafe Nero.
Cafe Nero? Mm-mm.
I don't know if that's like a British brand or not, but I think we've got
Sounds
a
like it's
Cafe
against the
Nero in my
Catholic
town.
Church. Because Emperor Nero just killed all the Christians. Cafe Nero. Is it like a Roman type brand? Do they try to make it like, oh, it's so Roman?
No,
No.
it's kind of
Oh.
similar to Starbucks.
Ah.
Well, at least as far as I can tell from the outside, it's just one of those like branded coffee places.
I gotcha.
It's a
Foxhound
big
is in the
chain.
chat, and he says insider Starbucks info. And he also says Starbucks has nothing on Chick-fil-A. $1 coffees when you're with 3.
Sauces deep inside Starbucks.
Oh,
Tell
1
me.
pound. I'm sorry?
The sauces deep inside Starbucks. Tell me.
Yeah. I'll tell ya all the tea inside the Starbucks.
George Lucas is being hired by Starbucks.
Yeah. So, also the worst part of the Starbucks, the worst fucking part of the Starbucks, they have 2 containers, and one is labeled trash and one is labeled recycling. But if you open the top, it's just one big container. They are both going in the trash. So if you like are feeling like I'm feeling a little bit ethical today and I just want to recycle because I'm a good boy, guess what? It's going in the trash anyway. They don't care. Foxhound asks, have you two met in real life now? Yes, we have, actually. We just did like a week ago. Yeah. Shiny was over in the United States for 2 weeks. It was really
It
fun.
was hell.
It was hell.
Yes.
Probably the best 2 weeks of my life. I loved it.
No counting
Alex
taste.
Halo is here. Hey, hey, how you doing? So yeah. Yeah, I should have taken you to a Starbucks. Oh, also they're like super, super forcefully leftist as well. When I was there, it was during I was cursed to be there for the month of June. We had to wear pride shirts. And then they had like a gay playlist that they just like looped over and over on Spotify.
A gay playlist.
Yeah, it's just like all of like the like just playing Born This Way from Lady Gaga over and over, and I'm like, oh, I'll kill myself. I was born this way, yeah, not born this way. Baby, I was born this way. It was awful. I hated it. But like I didn't want to wear their pride t-shirt because I'm Catholic and I'm not into that.
Massive
Not
homophobe.
because I'm intolerant, just because it's too political for me, thank you. If you're gay and you chill, cool. You're gay and you chill. We're both chilling. Okay? That's my politic. But I'm not gonna be like, you know, like rainbow shit everywhere. Like the whole like rainbow capitalist thing is annoying because it's just like we are so tolerant for the month of June.
I
And
know
then
gay people who fucking hate it as well, to be honest.
yeah, and then June is over and they're like, all right, gays, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
All right, gay's over.
Gay's over. Yeah. So, yeah. So I did not want to wear their fucking t-shirt. I bought my own work t-shirts specifically for that, and I'm like, I am not wasting my money because I bought these damn t-shirts. I will say though, they put me on the cash register each time, and I really liked it. I really like the customer service stuff. Foxhound says, Erie, very eligible bachelor here for your American girlfriends. Shiny will vouch for. What? Oh, you mean for my American girlfriends? I gotcha.
Oh, I see.
I gotcha. Foxhound, are you British or are you A red-blooded American. Celestial Falcon says, someone hooked my boy Foxhound up! Oh, man. Foxhound, like, I saw that you used, like, the pound symbol for, like, 1 pound coffee. So, yeah, you're from Great Britain. Okay, I gotcha, man. What part of Great Britain? I know there's more of Great Britain than England. I know that for sure. You're in one of the
Britain, aren't they the same thing? What's the
I remember my
difference?
mom, like, she was just like, hey, what's politically correct? Do I call him British? Do I call him English? Or do I call him from Great Britain? And I'm like, either
Yes,
all three of them are
yes, I am Great Britain. I am the
British. Do I call him English? Do I call him from the UK? What do I call him? Foxhound says just north of Bristol, near the Cotswolds. Hell yeah, dude! Can you run to Jeremy Clarkson's place and grab me some moo juice? Thank you. Because I know he's got a farm in the Cotswolds. I'm a big fan of Clarkson's farm, by the way. Shiny got me into it. You blame him. Alex Halo says, call them red shirts. The red coats are coming. Oh, man. Foxhound, yeah, you get me some moo juice and I will get you some bitches. Okay? Deal?
Is that how the system works?
That's how the American
you
economics...
get women in exchange for Jeremy Clarkson's branded milk.
Give me some of his girlfriend's magic mushrooms. I would love to have some of that. She makes it sound really good. I don't know if it actually works or not. She just really sold it really well. The mushroom powder. Yeah, that's right. Foxhound says, I love how Americans like Clarkson's Farm. I know! It's a freaking great show, dude!
Well, everyone loves Clarkson's Farm because it's educational, it's funny,
yes,
and it's just generally wholesome.
It is the whole package. It's everything you would ever want in a reality show. Oh, and it's no bullshit. I love that about, like, British reality TV. Because here in the United States, they have to have fucking sound effects and background music on everything to make sure that you feel the correct thing at the correct moment.
I'm sure some part of it is, like, planned and scripted, but I know what you mean in comparison to American TV. Because American TV does always, like, over dramatize it, if you know what I mean.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We have very short attention span.
Compare Kitchen Nightmares UK to Kitchen Nightmares US. It is insane.
Oh yeah. Foxhound says, I lived in the US for 9 months and it was heaven. That's interesting. That's
I hate it.
Opposite of Shiny's opinion.
You can't walk anywhere.
Pray tell, Foxhound, what did you like about it? What did you like about the United States, dude? I'd love to hear.
Is it because everyone suck your dick because you're British and special and different?
Oh, it was because he got all the attention. That's why.
I have to admit that's a very fun part of being in the United States.
Oh yeah, they treat you like a celebrity. Where I live in the South, so we got Southerners down here. I'm originally from New York. I'm not from the South, but the Southerners down here, like we would be in a restaurant, and they would hear his accent, and they'd be like, "Oh, where are you from? Where is that? Where is that?"
No, like while I was in the toilet.
Yep. We went to a Cracker Barrel, and there were these two, like, black ladies that were, like, sitting, like, right behind him, and he goes to the bathroom, and they come up to me and they're like, hey, where's he from? Like, what's that accent from? And I'm like, oh, he's from England. And they're like, oh my gosh, girl, you're so lucky. And I'm like, y'all, you're cute. Y'all are so sweet. Oh man. Foxhound said that the attention from his accent did help, and he says that he loves the food, the people, and the scenery. I was asked if I was part of the royal family, he says.
The food, I have to admit, the food I had while I was there, I did really enjoy. There's only two problems. The portions were fucking huge for a start, and the food was very high in calories.
Yes.
So would always be left with extras and leftovers and stuff, or I would have to would only eat that meal. We'd have breakfast and then we'd have lunch and nothing for tea.
We'd have lunch dinners.
Yeah.
The whole time you were here, we would have 2 meals per day. That's it. Breakfast first thing in the morning, and then a lunch dinner.
Because it's so big.
It is. Yeah, and I didn't realize it until you like
And
pointed it
eating
out.
out is so expensive in America as well.
Yes.
Like, because not only are you paying, because you've got taxes to pay for, because that's not included when you buy fucking anything. The taxes aren't included in the price. It comes after. And on top of that, you also have to tip a certain percentage of what you've paid.
Yep, that's right.
Which quickly builds up, especially when you're buying a meal for 2 people.
Yes.
I thought, oh, $200. Oh, that's perfectly fine. That'll last me 2 weeks. Ha! What an innocent boy I was.
'Twas a simpler time. Yeah, they're not. So the reason why they do that is that every single state has different tax rates for purchases.
And do you know what also has different tax rates for purchases?
What?
Depending what country you're in the UK, you know what we all fucking do? We still have the fucking tax included. Okay, the shop doesn't change. The shop doesn't move borders, does it?
No, it doesn't. If it's a franchise, though, maybe.
No, because the franchise that shop is a part of doesn't change.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Right.
So if I put down a McDonald's in North Carolina, it's not going to move to Utah. So the tax rates in North Carolina only matter.
Yep, that's it. Yeah. Foxhound said, "Oh, I upset so many waitresses because I didn't understand how tipping worked. I'd write 0 on the receipt and then give them cash as I left." Yeah, dude. Tipping culture's out of hand in this country. Like, you can literally do anything and they'll ask for tips at this point. So yeah, so that's the United States for ya. We bleed red. The red. Oh yeah, that's right. You also fired some rounds, didn't you, Shiny?
Yes, I did.
We both.
And I shot better than you did.
You did. I admit, you did shoot better than I did. You had better aim. Foxhound said, "Shiny, where'd you visit?"
Oh,
North
we're in
Kakalaki,
North Carolina, yeah.
North Kakalaki. He says, "Legend." Foxhound, where were you in the United States, man? I love hearing like these across the pond stories of like, oh, I went to Britain. Oh, I went to America. I went to Britain. I went to America. That kind of thing. We're so different, yet we're so the same. I love that. That's amazing. I also love the channel Across the Pond. You know, with that one British guy. It's like, why do Americans?
Why do Americans have washing machines? Why do Americans call it cookie instead of biscuit? Why do Americans have air conditioning?
Why do Americans have separate washers and dryers? Foxhound says he went to New York, Wilmington, Charleston, Florida, Arizona, and California. Dude, what were you doing, man? Like, that's a... New York and California are on, like, opposite ends of the entire continent, dude. Like, I mean, if it's not too invasive of me to ask.
Just make sure to add your credit card information after that.
And your social security.
And your national... Oh, no, we have national insurance numbers. We don't have social security numbers.
Oh, and your CVV on the back. Oh, goodness. But yeah, dude, that's the United States of America. To the republic for which it stands, one nation under God.
I love how every country claims that they're under God.
I never realized that.
That kind of hilarious. Britain's like, oh, we're God's country, not like those other countries. America's like, we're also God's country, not like the other countries.
God instituted the Constitution. God wrote
Somehow,
the Constitution.
somehow
I've
God
heard
wrote.
that.
Oh, the Constitution was based on Christian beliefs or some Christian doctrine.
Yeah.
Somehow.
Foxhound asked, "Is Erie coming to see you in the UK, Shiny?" Yes,
Eventually,
I am.
yeah.
I
But we
hope
need
so.
money. We need money first.
We both got jobs, so I've had a job, and I've saved money for him to come over here, and now I'm saving money for me to come over there, and so are you, Shiny.
Yeah, I need to save money for her to come over here. So like the idea is that I would be buying things and then she just pays for the flight to come here.
Yeah, it's kind of how we did it over here, but like, hey, it's even Stevens to me.
Yeah, well, I still paid a bit while I was there. Like I still bought meals and stuff. I did my my masculine duty.
Foxhound said, "Can I tip?" That would be lovely.
Sure,
I mean,
yeah.
thank you.
The best way to do it is StreamYard or Streamlabs, sorry.
Yeah,
Because
so
YouTube takes like 20% of the tip. So it's I think is there a link below for Streamlabs? There should be.
you would know that.
Well, I just have to go in and check. Yeah, in the description.
Yeah, let me double check. Okay.
Yeah, donate through. It says StreamYards, but it's Streamlabs, and you can donate through there, and it'll go directly to me.
Appreciate it, man.
Yeah. So one of the issues is that I have to get a job, and so I've literally just graduated, and I got my I got a first with honors for my masters in computing visual effects.
Hell yeah! All honors, dude.
So now I just need to get a job in it, and that's the issue. Everything's just so up in the air because of the writers' strike. It's still, despite being over for bloody ages, it's still affecting the industry, as well as there's tons of production companies which, until another international union agreed to not piss them off, was basically threatening to strike. And now that's dealt with. We're now only just seeing some production start, and as well as the production that already started to taking a while before they get to us. So it's gonna be a time.
Yeah, well, you're gonna start, and yeah, we're both getting started on our lives, which is the best part. Foxhound also says, "I loved your KOTOR work."
Oh, thank you. I loved it too. I'm always going to look at it and think, oh, well, I could do better now, though. That's the curse of being an artist, ain't it? When you get better, it's like, oh, I wish I could do that again.
So yeah, you graduated with honors. That's freaking awesome, dude. Not everybody can do that. The Laughing Cavalier's in the chat. What's good, man? He says, "Get a job working in Disney CGI slave mines." CGI sweatshop. Disney sweatshop.
As long as I'm paid, I don't give a shit.
As long as you get your moolah. What if they made you work on the Acolyte like season 500?
Well, it's Acolyte season 500. I'll live with it. It's a job.
Okay.
Like, believe it or not, I'm fine to work on something shit. I just want to get paid.
Yeah, just money. We need money.
I can be proud of the individual work that I do on something, even if the greater project's kind of shit.
Because at the end of the day, like, it's the writing that sucks ass. But like the CGI work, like, those are like individual artists that put their heart and soul into it, you know? It shows for itself. It's not like, oh, the Acolytes suck.
And when it's bad, it's not usually the fault of the artist. It's usually because they're really fucking overworked and they don't get enough time to actually do it.
That's true. That's true. Foxhound says, "I guarantee you'll be better than current employees." Yeah, hopefully so, man. Hopefully.
No, I honestly don't think so, because I think people give visual effects artists are almost a thankless job.
Yeah.
Because really, if the visual effect is going to be good, it's not up to them. It's up to how much money and or how much time they're going to get given, and how much resources they're given.
Yeah.
and it's really shit. And also, when a visual effects artist does well, you don't notice it. Like Top Gun Maverick, the visual effects are so supreme that there are some people that think there are no visual effects shots. They all think it was shot on with real planes, like real F-14s and real Russian fighter jets. And I'm just like, you're a fucking tool. How does that even work logistically? The F-14s haven't flown for fucking ages. How do you think they got hold of Russian fighter jets? Like, what are you thinking?
It's just that good.
And yeah, it's just that good that people don't notice it, and it's thankless. But when a visual effect is bad, that's when everyone notices it, and that's when you get so much shit. Like, it's like Black Panther, when the Black Panther CGI is
Oh yeah, that was
it is like so terrible. It's like I feel sorry for those guys because they didn't want to make something bad, and if you gave them the time and money, they'd make you something fantastic. But you know, it's what it is.
Yeah. So Foxhound said, "Did you see the Acolyte, which was worth $180 million versus, and Godzilla was worth $15 million? Godzilla minus one was worth $15 million.
No, I haven't seen The Acolyte.
Yeah, what's even worth seeing?
I think when I was still in America when it started streaming, and we were too busy watching other things, and now I'm back. I'm too busy to actually sit down and watch anything.
We were too busy actually having a good time.
Yeah, if I was going to sit down and watch something, I would watch something good.
Foxhound says, "Don't do it. Don't watch it."
I think the last thing I watched was Ahsoka.
Oh yeah,
and that I only watched that with a group. I didn't watch that by myself.
Yeah, I remember I was there when you and your buddies were watching it. It was hilarious, dude.
You were there for the end.
I'm sorry?
You were there for the end.
I was. The Laughing Cavalier says Acolyte must be a money laundering scheme. You know what? I've heard people say like Disney is a company first that happens to make movies nowadays, and I wouldn't be surprised. So like shit, what was I about to say? Oh yeah, the freaking line delivery in Ahsoka was awful. They were like, "How old are you?" to the robot, and he's like, "Old enough to know that a Jedi's."
That's not an answer.
Fucking
old enough to not give you an answer.
Yeah. He did not answer the question. He just said something to make him sound smarter.
Because
but it
every line in that fucking thing is just the vaguest piece of shit that you've got to like project onto to like find any meaning in. And it's annoying because everything is vague in when it took place or what actually happened.
Mm-hmm. Foxhound says borrow some FCU-57s with a laughing emoji.
Oh yeah, let's talk about Top Gun Maverick and how the fuck would they steal Russia's like top jet to use in their filming? I say top jet, it's a piece of shit, but hey.
There are a lot of like Star Wars properties that just got forgotten. Really?
Well, because they just pump them out, don't they now?
Like, do y'all remember Rogue One? I sure as fuck don't.
I do, actually.
Do y'all remember Bad Batch? I don't. Do y'all remember Solo? The Han Solo movie?
Okay, Solo's the only one that you got a point with.
Not fucking me, dude. I remember none of that.
Then again, you're not like a hardcore Star Wars fan. I'm pretty sure you went because I know people who are like really into Bad Batch, and Bad Batch is a relatively more recent one, and as well as like for a project I'm working on, this guy wants, there's lots of cinematography shots that he wants to be inspired by Rogue One.
Yeah.
So, like, I wouldn't say that's something which has been completely forgotten, but there are a lot of Star Wars projects which have absolutely just been forgotten because of how mediocre and shit they are. And how little they just contribute to anything.
Laughing Cavalier says Dick Dastardly in Wacky Races was more competent than Admiral Thrawn in Ahsoka. Dick Dastardly.
Thrawn doesn't fucking do anything, and everything he does, it's like for no fucking reason.
Because evil.
Because the plot.
Because he's evil. Ooh, so evil.
Despite
Although
the
I
fact
will
that
say,
Thrawn in canon is not okay. So the original Thrawn was kind of an evil spectre. He was just a really intelligent bad guy. But canon Thrawn explicitly is supposed to be more of a guy who believes that the ends justify the means.
uh-huh.
So yeah, Thrawn in Legends just kind of interested in conquest and was just really big on art. A big art enjoyer. But then in Legends,
Sounds like something that rhymes with Clitler.
And then his big idea was that through art, you can understand a culture and an individual that drew that art, or art on what they pick. Because there's just lots of... He's a details person. He loves picking out little details that not many people think of. Bit like Sherlock... It's a bit like Sherlock Holmes, but a villain, if that makes sense.
Or Dadolf Clitler. The guy that rhymes with that.
Hitler wasn't severely autistic.
Are you sure? I don't know, man. Sounds kind of sus to me. Adolf. You sussy baka.
I don't know, man. You seeming kind of sus lately.
They made Thrawn Hitler. Did you say they made him an artist, like a painter?
No. So the original Thrawn, also, like, Thrawn is not an artist, but he's someone which is a bit mad about art, because he loves what art can like tell you about a person.
That sounds really kind of dumb, if you ask.
No, it's can't. Trust me, it's good.
It's art, damn it! I'm gonna burn down this school because their art sucks ass. I'm sorry, man, but yeah.
Okay. What was I saying? Yeah, so originally Thrawn was just a bit of like... He's a bit like an autistic... he's like Sherlock Holmes, but a villain. That's the best way to describe him. He's very analytical to the point where it makes him very dangerous. But Thrawn in Legends, as he developed, was developed into a character which was more of a the ends justify the means. He wasn't a staunch imperialist. He just believed that an imperial empire was the least, a lesser evil.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why was because there's bigger threats and nasty things than an evil empire. An evil empire, while it is oppressive, it still offers security.
I gotcha.
And that is also something in which Canon Thrawn believes in. But Canon Thrawn, Canon Thrawn is the Thrawn that you see in Ahsoka, but also the the Thrawn that you see in the Rebels show and in the Thrawn novels.
Mm-hmm.
But essentially, the Ahsoka show just says fuck the Thrawn novels and fuck Rebels, and just Thrawn's just evil now, but no fucking reason. He's just straight up evil. He just wants to kill a guy because he's like, fuck it, why not?
That's it? He just wants to kill a guy because fuck it, why not?
Yeah, why not? Just fuck it.
Kill him.
Just gonna kill him.
The evil villain, and I have to have evil motives, so I have to be
evil. It's just like, why are you betraying them? It's like, why betray Sabine? Just because.
Evil.
Like, he has no motivation or reason to hunt down Ezra, but he's still just like, fuck it, I'm just gonna hunt down Ezra because I can. Why not?
And didn't they do they not talk about like the dark side or like the light side anymore?
What do you mean?
I don't know, like they're kind of like making the Jedi to be kind of like twisted and stuff.
The Jedi in the prequels were supposed to be a little misguided and a bit shit. But some take it to like really weird, edgy degrees.
Oh. Well, I guess. I'm not super much of a Star Wars nerd, I guess. I grew up with it on my radar. I just don't know why I was never really that invested into it. I know
Well,
about it. I know like the rough
consider
plot.
that a blessing.
Yeah.
You don't know the pain I've been through.
Star Wars has fallen so far.
I guess this game is connect up the resources with trains.
And you get money. And you get to watch the cute little trains go from place to place. Foxhound said, I used to be hated Force Awakens. Rogue One was good. Now it's dead. Laughing Cavalier says, have you heard of the rare metal called Frick? It's integral to Star Wars. It's called Frick, dude. What the frick?
There's so many. I always hated Rogue One when it came out, but it's like I think I was 14 when Rogue One came out. I think it was 2014, and at that time I was still really, really pissed because Clone Wars was cancelled.
Yeah. And you were the Clone Wars guy.
I was the Clone Wars guy. I lived in Clone Wars. I was a freaking clone freak. I was really into the Clone Wars fandom, and like that my time in the Clone Wars fandom has made me incredibly jaded.
Yeah.
You do not know how fucked up the Clone Wars fandom can be. It is disturbing.
I know how fucked up fandoms can be.
We're talking. Okay, so there's like so there's a lot of. Okay, how do I word this? One disturbing aspect that I've come across is like there's a lot of. I guess the simplest way to call them is clone girls, and essentially what they are women who are a little too obsessed with clones, and they are weird. Okay, you know, like Justin Bieber fans.
Yes.
They're like Justin Bieber fans, but for clones.
Why specifically clones? They're the same guy over and over and over and over.
The point about clones that they make is that despite being the same DNA, they're all different people.
That's okay. I could kind of see the logic, but just like, how do you know that you like clone A versus clone B? They're clones.
They just, I think the thing with clone girls is that they just tend to be, they think they're very handsome and they're like a strong soldier kind of dude, and they're just big fans of the show usually, or sometimes not. They just think they're handsome.
That's fucking hilarious, actually.
Yeah.
So you became a clone so all the girls can drool on you?
No. I just like the clones. then another one. They are really, really fucking creepy about clones. Like to an insane degree. Just imagine Justin Bieber fans.
Yes.
But for clone, and that's the only explanation you need. So like the weird extents that some women go for Justin Bieber, but for just clones. That's the best way to describe it.
Did they like harass like Disney clones, like Disney workers that are dressed up as clones?
Not that I've heard of.
Well, you said they went to like insane lengths, so that was kind of what I
it's like it's the way they treat people. Like say certain fan artists have been treated really weird by them, as well as they. Okay, so you know shipping.
Yes, I know shipping.
They also love shipping characters, and
yes,
they get very, very defensive about their ships.
Yes. People who are in fandoms are cuckoo bananas. I would know, because I was in the Undertale fandom at one point. That's been my big secret. I was part of the Undertale fandom when I was like, damn, when I was like 18. I was 18. That's like 14-year-old behavior. But anyway, I was like 18 when I was part of the fucking Undertale fandom, and I never even played the game. I was part of the fandom, but I never played the game in my life.
How
I
is that
still
even
haven't.
possible?
I don't know. They were just that enthusiastic. Where I'm like, you know what? These characters, like, they're kind of cool. And I'm like, that's how. I don't know, man. But yeah, uh, I was part of the Undertale fandom. The shipping thing, I fucking hated shipping. I am a strict canon shipper. All right, strictly. It has to be strictly canon. The only time I will accept a non-canon ship is if a Hispanic grandma blesses that ship. I'll give an example. Daredevil. The first season of Daredevil, there's this Hispanic grandma, and she's the sweetest person in the whole wide world, and she shipped Foggy and Karen together. And I swear I was like, you know what, Foggy and Karen better get together, or else Abuela's not gonna be happy.
You hated what was her face originally? What was her name?
Oh, Elektra.
No. Foggy's girlfriend.
Oh, what the hell was her name, dude? I forgot her name.
Got her name as well.
She was at first I thought she was kind of a bimbo. I thought she was kind of a hoe. But like at the end of the day, she was actually good for Foggy, and I'm like, you know what? They seem nice. They seem nice together. This is nice. And I changed
She
my
won
mind.
you over. She won you over.
Yeah, she won me over. I'm like, you know what? I will be the Hispanic. I will be the abuela that blesses this. There you go. But yeah, because the reason why I give so much credence to Hispanic grandmas is because the reason why Shiny and I are together is because of my grandma, my abuela. She was like, "You belong together," and I'm like, "Are you sure?" And she's like, "Yep." And I'm like, "Okay, sounds good enough to me." And that's how that happened, in a nutshell. In a nutshell, that's how Shiny and I got together, because of a Hispanic grandma. There was another grandma that like had a ship going on in the show. What was it? What was this? Do you remember? I don't fucking remember.
I don't remember at the moment.
I don't remember either.
What were we talking before this? Because I'm pretty sure I had something I was gonna say, and then you just
We were talking about fandoms. So it went
fandoms.
from
So
Railroad
essentially
Girls
they're
to
very aggressive about
shipping.
their ships, and
Yeah.
as well another creepy part of the Clone Wars fandom is the Ahsoka simps. Now I admit I used to be one when I was underage. Okay. Which the character was underage, and that was fine. But there is some people are incredibly creepy about the character of Ahsoka, and so a lot of these people tend to be in their like 20s, 30s. Some of them are in their like 40s. It is really strange. It is odd.
That's gross.
It okay, they're just very weird and creepy people.
Yeah, fandom
That just
people.
makes you think, ew.
I
Okay,
actually.
the things about fandoms. I'm gonna probably upset a lot of people here, but the things about fandoms is like they're full of people that are just far too obsessed. Like I think that just the very concept of a fandom usually means you're just gonna get people who are really creepy and weird, but just because the natural evolution of people who'd come to those things.
Oh yeah. No, Laughing Cavalier just quoted, "Luke, did I ever tell you about your father's teenage Padawan?" Dude, no.
How about you fuck yourself?
Foxhound said, "How did you two meet?" I love this story. Do you want to tell the story, or should I do
it? We met when we were on one of Lit Dev streams, but we didn't So okay, you describe that because I was more of a regular on the streams than you were, so like you have a better perspective on it, I suppose.
Okay, cool. So basically, I've been following Literature Devil for like more than 5 years at this point. I was, I was like one of the first people, like few people in his chat when he was doing the first edition streams. And the first edition streams was when he was talking about like literature topics and giving writing advice. It was amazing. It was a cute little group. And I loved it and I followed it all the time. Next thing I know, there's this British guy on his stuff, and I'm on the Morning Nonsense stream. And I'm like, who's this British guy? I didn't really care. But basically, if you were to really map it out, Shiny and I have known each other for like more than 5 years, technically. We were kind of on each other's radar. I was the board enthusiast.
You weren't really on my radar. You're just a random person in the chat.
Yeah, I was just some rando in the chat to him. But to me, I'm just like, oh, he's Litdev's friend. Cool. But it took a couple of years, and after a couple of years, I was like, "Hey, Litdev, can I come on your stream?" And he's like, "Yeah," and totally. And I was pretty nervous, and Shiny was also there, so was Zofrats. It was super nice. It was just a wholesome little stream, and we kind of talked. But there wasn't really anything between Shiny and I by that point. And then it was just like Shiny and I, we knew of each other, but like we were just mutual friends. Then later on, I go to college, and by the time I'm at college, I was able to, because I had my own place, you know what I mean? Because I grew up Catholic homeschooled in a family of 7. Crazy. So you don't really get much privacy when you want to stream. So basically when I go to college, I finally, get some alone time, get some me time. So what did I do? I was on more of Litdev streams, and guess who happened to be there a lot? Shiny. Shiny was also there a lot. So in college, I was just hanging out on these streams, and I was a very anxious and very introverted person at that time. I didn't really know how to make friends in college, but it felt like that outlet for social interaction was Litdev stream, and it was so refreshing. And I actually learned how to interact with people more and more through Litdev streams. It was amazing. And then there was one year where it was Shiny's birthday, and Shiny was holding a stream. Now the thing, and he hit me up on my DMs, and he
We
invited
talked a little bit then, hadn't we? So we'd had some small chats and we joked with each other a few times.
We
and
did.
So at that point we were a lot more on each other's radar, and I was just looking for people to invite to my birthday stream. So I just invited
That's
some
right.
random people.
We have talked for a little bit, yeah. We did have some fun banter back and forth, like, haha, you're British, you're a backwards person, haha, crumpets and shit.
And I gave you some truth crumpets about being American.
Haha, I have iced tea and you have hot tea. Anyway.
Iced tea is still fucking disgusting. I don't know why anyone drinks it.
Oh yeah.
It's just cold leaf juice.
Leaf juice.
It's just cold leaf juice. It's not tea.
But here in the South, we have some good old-fashioned iced tea because it's hot as hell here in the South.
Who cares?
Yeah.
Oh, we should never have hot meals then if it's hot in the South. We can only ever drink ice cream.
So yeah. So we had some banter back and forth at the beginning. It was so fun. And then, Shiny hits me up for his birthday stream. Now this is the pivotal part because I missed his birthday stream. And then I saw his DM and I felt really bad. And I'm like, damn, Shiny, he's one of my good friends and I missed a stream. I feel really bad. And I apologized for missing that stream. And that night we just kind of started talking. Wasn't intentional. We were just friends, we just back and forth, took just talking
Doing
for a long time.
Talking a bunch of crap.
Yeah, it was fun. And then you held another stream afterwards. Now, because I felt bad.
It wasn't holding another stream. It was that stream where I was just working on Dr. Alpha.
That's right. You were doing a Dr. Alpha.
I asked you a question because you were also working on Dr. Alpha.
I was.
And so I wanted your input on the character design. So I had you on stream and we just started talking. That was a strange thing, wasn't it? That we just started fucking talking out of the
Yeah, we were
blue.
talking.
We just kept talking about random things that weren't Dr. Alpha.
That's right. Because we ended up talking about like TV licenses and all of that fun stuff, and it went from banter to just legitimately learning about each other's cultures, and it was such a great time. Even after the stream, we just continued talking, and it was so great. And then ever since that day that I was on your modeling Dr. Alpha stream, we have not stopped talking or texting. Not a single day
Nope.
has been missed ever since that day. That was like what, 2 odd years ago. Crazy.
Something crazy like that
Um,
now. But who's
and
counting?
but like we were just friends at that point. And but like we were just, hanging out and talking. I just felt very comfortable, you know, talking with Shiny all the time. And when in real life, I'm very socially awkward and I'm not very used to,
And like
interpersonal
you're not
interaction.
awkward when you talk to me. You're trying to say that? You're trying to make that claim?
That I'm not claiming I wasn't awkward. I was just awkward with confidence. Yeah. So yeah, we just ended up talking. And but we were still friends. We were both very adamant that we were not going to date. That's
Okay,
the
so
funniest part.
there was a point in which I realized that I had a crush on you,
Yes.
and but I was adamant. I think it was like 3 years before I had another relationship, which failed abysmally, and it kind of blew up in my face. I'm like, I'm not gonna have a long distance relationship again. I'm done with long distance relationships. I'm gonna have a normal relationship with someone, and I'm at uni now, so that's like a good opportunity to meet someone.
Mm-hmm.
And little did I know that you just fucking destroyed that. And I even said as much to you. Like I said to you, it was like, okay, I'm not looking for like a long distance. Okay, I like you, but I'm not looking for a long distance relationship. And I remember saying that because there's just some random point I just sent you a message telling you that like I kind of liked you, and then you went really silent on me. And I was like, shit, I've just made this awkward.
Yeah, but in reality, I
Do
was
you
like,
remember
oh my
that?
gosh, no way, me too. I didn't know. So here's the thing. I grew up super homeschooled Catholic, like uber homeschooled Catholic. I didn't know what a crush was. I just knew that, hey, this is a person that I think about all the time. And, he's just super nice. And on my free time, I'm just happy just thinking about him, that kind of thing. I didn't know what a crush was. I've had crushes before. I just didn't know that was what they were. But like when Shiny told me he had a crush on me, I was like, "Holy shit. Is this what this is?" Because me too. It was fucking great. I remember I was sitting on my grandma's couch and she was looking at me and she's like, "What are you smiling about?" And that was when I read his message on how he had a crush on me. And I said, "It's nothing. I'm looking at memes." I lied. And she's like, "Okay." But I told him I liked him back.
Is that
But we
what the
were
kids
both,
call it now?
yeah. But we were both like you don't like you didn't want to get into a relationship because you had a long distance relationship that failed.
And you didn't want to get in a relationship with me because I was atheist.
Yes, because you're not Catholic. I'm Catholic. I grew up Catholic. But I felt like that had to be a big thing for me. Like that, I was more focused on what you were rather than who you were. And that became a problem. So basically, we both admitted we had a crush on each other and we were both like, oh, what are we going to do about it? And then we were just like, okay, we're not going to do anything about it. Okay. So, that summer we were just kind of trucking along and just like having a good time. And, we were like watching, at that point, I was just like, is watching movies into the night something that good friends do? Is, going to sleep to each other's voice something that good friends do? Is like talking to each other 8 hours in a day something that good friends do? I don't know. I highly doubt
Is mayonnaise an instrument?
it. So, yeah. But the night we got together was actually the night we broke up. That's the funniest part. Because we watched Scott Pilgrim versus the World one night. And you asked me like, hey, like, what are we?
Well, okay, so I think because we both knew that we liked each other, and you'd asked like what we do now. Is it, well, I guess we don't do anything because you don't want to date me because I'm atheist. You don't. I don't want to date you because I don't want a long distance relationship. You know, we'll just stay mature adults about this, and we'll just keep living our lives just just as normal. And that was the deal. That was the idea up until that wasn't the idea anymore.
Yeah, that kind of blew up in our face, didn't it?
We kept hanging out with each other, which, like, I knew I kept feeling more and more for her as we kept hanging out, and I could sense it, and I knew that you were feeling the same for me as well. So at one point, it was you kind of all that was ever thinking about. I was so focused on you, I was never focused on any girls, like in real life. And it was really distracting me. So at one point, like, this has been quite some time, because this was when you were keeping me the secret, right? Like you felt really giddy that like you had a secret boyfriend and that no one else knew about.
Well, a secret crush, more like, because we weren't like official at that point. Because if we were going to be like official and exclusive, it was just going to be like, well, how are we going to do this? Like, that felt like a mountain, that felt daunting. But like, I had a secret crush or a secret person I'm talking to right now, but he's not Catholic. So I was very conscious about how my family would react knowing I was dating somebody who was not Catholic. And to me, that was a crisis, to be quite honest. So you were like, hey, what are we, essentially? And I told you, and I remember you said something to the effect of like, because we still have these feelings, but like we don't want to be strung along when we could be going off doing something else, and these feelings are strong enough where
because
if we did
I
find someone
knew
else,
that
it would be painful.
I knew that what like that I could keep feeling for you even though like we weren't together, and that was like distracting me from being with anyone else.
Yeah.
So like, and I didn't feel comfortable with that. So I think. Oh yeah, so you continue.
Okay. So I was just like, you know what? Give me a day and I will give you my decision. Cause I was not sure, dude. I everything was in line, everything was perfect, except for this one thing, which was that you were not Catholic. And alright, here's the funny and bullshitty thing that I did, which was not cool at all. I thought it through the entire time, that entire day, and I talked to my grandma about it. I'm like, "Hey, I've been talking to this guy, and he's really nice, he's really great, but he's not Catholic." And she's like, "Oh, okay. Is that important to you?" And I'm like, "Yes, it's important to me. I've been told all my life it's got to be this way, or just not at all." And she's like, "Okay, if that's what's important to you, then you need to talk to your uncle." And my uncle is as a hardcore Catholic, but when he met his girlfriend, his current wife, his wife at the time, I mean his now wife, she was not Catholic. She was some kind of Protestant. But in the end, like, she converted to Catholicism, and I'm like, "Okay, I'm going to talk to him and see what's up."
And
So
you
I
told me to convert to Catholicism.
No. Here's the thing. I talked to my uncle and I said, "Hey man, what if I made it like a deal where it's like I'll be with you if you convert?" And he's like, "That is the shittiest idea I've ever heard." He's like, "Don't do that." He's like, like, even though me and my wife, we were of different faiths at the time, it's not smooth just because we're both Catholic now. Like, that doesn't make all problems go away, and it's not the source of all problems either. So the Laughing Cavalier says, "If you go on crusade to the Holy Land, I will marry you." Oh my gosh. So I'm fucking at this point I'm fucking stupid. I look back on this and I'm like, yeah, that was stupid. But that night, my uncle was like, just pray about it. Just pray, okay? So that day, I'm praying and I'm thinking and I'm praying and I'm thinking. Um, that night when I'm supposed to like make my decision, I told Shiny, hey, listen, how about you agree to be Catholic and then I date you? And then he just he kind of took me aside and he's like, listen, if I
Um,
became Catholic tonight just to be with you, would that be true faith? And that's when he got me. I was like, no, you've got a point.
it's also
So,
something that like I try to mold myself for my ex to try and be what she wanted, and it still blew up in my face.
yeah, more power to you, man. More
Yeah,
power to you.
I was very much like, okay, look, I like you, but I'm not going to build my life around you because, especially at any point, you could eventually turn around and just say, "You're not what I want."
But it wouldn't be real faith either. And I
Yes,
wouldn't want that either. I wouldn't want
like
that if it
the
was
idea of Catholicism is kind of against everything that is my own personal philosophy.
yeah.
Like I
So,
can't just accept things on faith. I have to accept things on, okay, how like I don't I like thinking, like figuring out for myself what should I think. I don't like being told to think. I don't like being told, hey, shut up and don't think about it. If if you're thinking about it too much, you obviously don't have enough faith.
right. So,
So, yeah.
I was like, yeah, it wouldn't be real faith. And then I realized like we were at an impasse and that's when, I was like, I guess is not going to work because this is, important to me. And so we said our goodbyes that night and I hung up the phone
It
and
wasn't
then we
really goodbye though, because we'd still see each other on the dev stream. We just agreed that we weren't going to hang out anymore, and we weren't going to
yeah,
message each other.
but like I felt like shit. So,
I felt like shit as well because I genuinely really liked you, and I went to bed like feeling really sad about it.
yeah, dude. So, I just felt numb for the rest of the night. I felt off. Like I felt numb and I felt nothing and I resented the fact that I felt nothing. And I just went to sleep and I woke up in the middle of the night in a cold sweat. And I don't know what came over me, but just like I mourned you, dude. Like I had a full-on mental breakdown and my grandma came into my room and she's like, "What's going on? What is this? What's happening?" You're like full on having a breakdown. What is going on? So, I told her everything and I said, it was couldn't it be? We said our goodbyes and all that stuff. And she's like, "Oh, just call your mom. Just tell her what you think." And I call her, I tell her all this stuff and just she was like, "Yeah, you made the right move and all that stuff." And she wanted to be supportive. She wanted to be supportive to the end. And I felt like shit, dude. Like I felt awful. Um cuz at the end of the day, I just didn't know what I was feeling. And my grandma's like, "Mija, you love him. Get him back. Get him. Get him." And I pick up my phone. I'm like, "All right, I'm going to do it." And then I blew up your phone that night. And then
I
according
was
to you,
asleep. I
yeah,
had
you were
gone.
asleep. You were asleep. And I'm like, "You know what? Fuck it. I'm going to try it. I don't know. It's not perfect, but you know what? I'm gonna give it I'm gonna give it a shot. I'm gonna give it my 100%. As a matter of fact, this very Christmas, 2 years ago, I'm gonna fly over and I'm gonna see you." And you wake up and you're like, "Are you okay? Are you sure?" And I'm like, "Yes."
Because I was really worried that like you were doing it out of like a panic or a fear, in which I didn't want like it to come from that, if that makes sense. Like I wanted you to
Mm.
make the right decision, as well as like you came across like a crazy person. It's like
Yeah.
it's like you aware of how much it costs to fly? Like do you even have a passport? No.
Yes.
And you were convinced like you were going to see me this Christmas. I said, okay, just think about it. So we had a talk, which was when was that again? Like, what was our like day that
That
we
was
decided to like get together? I think it was sometime in August, wasn't it?
that was like August 11th or so. I have to
Hmm.
put it on the calendar. I don't remember.
Well, there's always chat logs, so that's good enough.
Yeah, there's chat logs. So we just ended up talking about it, and you know what? At that point, the cat was out of the bag, But I was like, I decided like I was not going to be without Shiny. All right, I was shaking like a leaf, and I'm like, uh, I was still, I couldn't put my feelings into words, but my grandma was able to help me through it. So I mean, abuelas are the best shippers. Okay, always trust your abuela when she ships you with somebody. If she's like, you young man, you should be with this one girl," you better do it, dude. It's gonna be good for you, man. Listen to your abuela, okay? They know something. They know something. So it was my grandma that was like, my grandma, she's a romantic. I love her to death, you know? And she's like, Mija, love is beautiful, These are differences, and if you really love each other, you'll be able to work through it, because you love each other more than your differences. And she was right. She was fucking right. Because I was so afraid of what you were rather than, but I was so enamored by who you were. And that was my battle, because I was focused on the what. And just every day I fall more and more in love with who you are. And it just keeps getting better and better with age, and gets better and better with time. Foxhound, and their cooking is fire. Yes, Shiny, tell him about Puerto Rican cooking. Tell him.
Your grandma's cooking was bloody beautiful. Yours is kind of shit, but your grandma's is wonderful.
I'm working on it. I'll get better. I'm
I
gonna
will say
stick with my grandma.
you make a good omelet.
Oh, thank you. I'm getting better at it. But yeah, my grandma's cooking's fire.
I love how like one of your big selling points of to get me was I make amazing cooking, and your cooking's still like terrible.
I'm good at it. I'm still learning.
Sure, you just didn't
I'm
cook. You
I'm
didn't cook
wanting to
well
be
for
good at it.
me. You just didn't cook well for me while I was there. I see how it is.
Listen, I made.
You waited until after I left to make a really good meal with the salmon.
I did. I'm so pissed about that. Cause when I was like cooking, I was making penne alla vodka, but we only had aged red wine, which made it bitter, and it just I hate that. Anyway, but then as soon as you left, my mom had a salmon, and she's like, "Oh, you and your dad really like salmon. Why don't you cook that?" And I had a brain blast for that salmon, and I needed to learn how to sear the perfect salmon that night. And it just so happened that you left, and I hate myself for that. I hate that happened. But yeah, I'm gonna be a good cook, and the next time I see you, I'm going to have mastered my grandma's red rice. I promise. Yeah.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
I will keep this promise. I will. Alex Halo says, speaking of when Erie said she went on LD stream, LD asked if I wanted to be on stream before, and I declined because I'm not very talkative and would probably freeze up. And trust, you know what, Alex Halo, I was exactly the same way my first stream. I told him I was super nervous, and LD, believe it or not, he when he's like not into like the politics and he can be super sweet. He was like, "Yeah, I get nervous too," and I'm like, "You're a fucking liar." But that was sweet of you to say. Yeah. So I just said in the private chat, like, "Oh, I'm so nervous. I'm very sorry. I'm not very talkative." He's like, "It's okay. My nerves gets on me too." And I'm like, "Damn, that was sweet to say." And that made me feel better. I was super awkward the first couple of streams. But like I said, I had some serious anxiety and serious social issues when I was in college. But it was LD's streams that helped me get over it. And now I feel a
You know
lot
something
more
funny?
confident. What's that?
I think I've already told you this, haven't I? But when I first went on live streams, I was like I was much more socially inept than I am today.
Yeah.
And I really struggled socially with social confidence. So when I was on stream, I would do a bit of an act around people, and I created a sort of like a fictional idea of me, which was Shiny. That I like it's Shiny. The idea of Shiny was he's much more confident. He was much more outgoing and fun, a little bit edgy, and so every time I was on stream and I kept doing that, I just kept up that facade, and weirdly, over time, who I really was and who I had invented slowly kind of merged. So
Mm-hmm.
over time, I started to become more confident speaking and being social, and Shiny started becoming less edgy and more kind of like and less trying to be the fun internet guy, and he just kind of became like more chill.
Yeah.
And it's just like a weird coincidence that like the two I or the who I pretended to be and who I was came together, and it kind of like the best of both worlds. I stopped trying to be forceful about who I was and just started being more myself.
Yeah. I've heard some of your like oldest streams, and I could kind of tell that like maybe there were times where you struggled to even formulate a sentence. Now like you just pop off at the mouth with all of your thoughts and ideas, and you sound super smart. You're really good at it now.
It's just the
You
accent. Don't let the
you really
accent fool you.
no, but like I said, like I could tell like the before and after. I could see it. It's impressive.
Well, I can actually formulate an argument now, which is the big advantage,
Yeah.
which is something I definitely struggled with in the past.
Mm-hmm. Foxhound says, super wholesome, guys. Cherish this as such connections are super rare. Heck yeah, it is, dude.
Yeah, I
Heck
definitely cherish
freaking yeah.
Erie.
Yeah. It gets better with time. Well, not just gets better with time. It was great from start to finish, but it just still
Well,
is super
we
fresh
had
to me, dude.
road bumps occasionally, but we still
Occasionally.
we made it through. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm always still like newly excited like to be with you, man. So, yeah.
Let's not get into the first time you attempted to flirt with me.
Oh
You've
gosh,
told that
please don't
story
tell that
before.
story. That was bad. See, when you're super Catholic, you when you're super hardcore homeschool Catholic, you are kind of misinformed on how romance works. So
You're
I had to
misinformed in
figure
how
that out from
everything
scratch.
works. You're misinformed about how
Yeah,
other religions work. You're misinformed about how what historical figures are like.
yeah, that too.
Charles
But I'm
Darwin, wasn't
learning.
he a Satanist?
I did not
Wasn't
call
he?
Charles Darwin a Satanist.
Wasn't he a debate bro that only wanted to destroy the Catholics?
Oh my gosh. Oh man,
He's the
that was
atheist Ben Shapiro.
atheist Ben Shapiro. That sounds like something I would have thought though.
Who are these Quakers? They seem kind of extreme.
The Quakers. Oh, God
The
bless the
Quakers, the hippies of the fucking Christian world, they're the extreme.
No, it was the Puritans that were the extreme ones.
I know, no, but you said you thought like Quakers
I
were
thought it
some
was the
kind of
Quakers.
like.
Yeah, I thought it was the Quakers. Oh my gosh. It's just open.
And let's not talk about where you thought babies come from.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that one too. Yeah.
Here is the stream where I just was it embarrass Erie in front of
Yeah,
everyone.
that's fine. It's funny though. It's like I'm aware that it's funny and it's like outlandish and it was stuff that I actually thought and ha ha ha, you didn't know where baby from. Ha ha ha.
The atheists, they're the one that have the dirty sex.
That's right.
Us wholesome Christians, all we babies appear out of spontaneous godlight.
Foxhound, I was raised as a Jehovah's Witness. Dude! Like, I've heard of those Jehovah's Witnesses, those funky Jehovah's Witnesses. I like studying Jehovah's Witnesses and the Mormons. They're really fun characters. Not to believe in them, but just like comparing and contrasting our lives. Are you still Jehovah's Witnesses? Just curious. I don't know.
Oh,
I mean,
you really
I'd
like
like
the
to be
Jehovah's
respectful
Witnesses
where I
joke
am.
in
Like,
Black Books, where they go up to Bernard's door
oh
and
yeah,
he
that was
lets them
funny,
in,
dude.
and it's like they think it's a trick.
They think it's a trick, and they're like, "Yes, I would love to talk about Jesus." And they're like, "What do you have to say about Jesus?" I don't know. We never got this far.
It's nice being in the indoors.
Oh man, Foxhound. No, I left when I was 16. God bless, dude. Good for you. I've heard of how the Jehovah's Witnesses are, and I'm very sorry that that was your experience. I've been listening to like
I
ex
think
Jehovah's Witnesses and ex
sometimes
Mormons, like Telltale. I know Telltale. Sorry, go ahead.
sometimes religion don't realize. They keep wondering, how do all these people keep getting converted away from us? Like, why does this keep happening? Oh, it's because of the Satanism, of course.
Yeah.
It's
Oh man.
because modern societies it hates Christianity. That's why everyone's turning away from our denomination of Christianity.
Oh yeah.
It's nothing we did.
I just yeah, dude. Like it's a lot. It's a lot to unpack. You know, it's a lot to reform in your thinking once you realize that, you know, I was so I was so keen on giving my thoughts and my very being to a specific way of thinking that reality just falls by the wayside. And it's freeing when you try to live via the truth whether you like it or not, rather than the truth I would like to be true. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's nice. It's lovely. It's like a breath of fresh air. But yeah, dude. If anyone wants the actual story of where I thought babies come from,
Mhm.
I thought Christians didn't have sex. I thought that okay, where babies come from, because my mom would never lie to me. My mom would never lie to me because she told me babies come from God specifically, and I believed that to a T. So I thought, okay, Christian babies come from God because Christians have churches. So when they get married in a church, there's got to be like some kind of deal with like a shaft of light and like a booming voice that's like, "You're pregnant now," and then that's how it happens. Meanwhile, the atheists, they don't have churches. They don't have Christian God to do this.
So remind everyone
So
what
they
age you
have to
were at
do
this
the sex.
time.
Huh?
Remind everyone what age you were at the time you believed this.
Oh my gosh. I was like between 14 and probably 17 when I believe this. Probably 18. Oh my gosh. I like cause yeah, Foxhound, yes, hashtag Mary. That's how the Virgin Mary. That's how it happened with the Virgin Mary with like the whole like booming voice and the shaft of light and the angel and all that stuff. Yeah, I was like, oh shoot. Um oh, Snakes is here and he says 17, lol. Yes, I know that it's way too old. I know. You know, want to know how sheltered I was? Y'all want to know how sheltered I was? When I was 12 years old, my parents, I didn't figure out the Santa Claus thing on my own. My parents had to take me aside and tell me like there is no Santa Claus. It was us this whole time.
Thing is, for me, I always kind of knew it was a bunch of bollocks. I pretended to believe in it because then I would get more free shit.
And I
Like
was like, "Oh no, not Santa. The Tooth Fairy too."
to
Yeah, and they were like, "Yeah, the Tooth Fairy too."
to me, it was a grind. Like I got free shit from this. Like I'm not giving this.
You had the grind set. Didn't you say you like stole the tooth back and just say
Oh
that you
yeah,
lost it to
what I
them?
would do is because I knew that the Tooth Fairy didn't exist, I knew that my parents were giving me money for having teeth. So what I would do is I would sneak downstairs to where the teeth were. I would nick it back and I would put it back under my pillow and I would say, "Oh, mom, my tooth's fallen out again." It's like, "Oh, already? Okay," and then just give me another pound. I think they started to suspect something when I had lost the same tooth 7 times.
Suckers. Oh my
Like,
gosh.
yeah, at some point they just started to realize, like, yeah, he's playing us for fools.
It's 10-year-old. Alex Halo says, I knew where babies came from since I was 10. Listen, this is where I thought Christian babies came from. Christian babies. Wholesome Christian babies. The
'Cause
atheists.
that makes it less insane.
I knew where atheist babies came from. They came from this nasty, dirty way that we don't talk about in Christians. Because that was my logic. Because we don't talk about it, we just don't do it. That's probably why we never talk about it. Because that's just not something we do, man. You kiss in the church and that's it. Pregnant. That's how it works.
Boom, baby.
Boom.
Boom, dino DNA.
Oh man. Oh Snake says my older sister's birthday is on Christmas. She would always complain how she was being screwed over from presents. Oh, that sucks, dude.
My uncle does the same thing
Oh, that sucks,
because
dude.
he was born on Christmas.
That's kind of suck to be born on Christmas. So yeah, that's how sheltered I was. Meanwhile, at this age, I was like 10, 12, 14, somewhere around there, middle school. Meanwhile, like our Catholic curriculum was like, you know what this is a great time to do? Let's hammer in on all of the Catholic martyrs and all of the brutal ways they died. Let's just really like teach that stuff to like these kids. So as a child, I remember reading about how people had to hold private masses in their houses. So like they were like super secret masses in their houses. And essentially everyone in the community would just go to some person's house and then they would have mass. As a child, I remember there was a time. Now, this was a time around 2012, 2013, 2014, 2014 when all of like the bombings in Nice, France happened, the whole beheadings on the beach of I think Sudan were happening, like the Christian beheadings and all that stuff. My father went to Iraq and Afghanistan, like both of them. So I'm just like, what's going on, people? Next thing I know, my mother is walking me to a private mass at my mother's friend's house. And I'm like, what are you people not telling me? And I was freaking out. I thought I thought I was the next Anne Frank. I thought something was happening and none of the adults were telling me. What's going on with the Muslims, guys? What's going on? I was freaking out, dude. Like, I was trying to survive. Oh, man. Foxhound says, really enjoyed listening, guys. Bedtime now. Good night. Have fun. All right, Foxhound. Talk to you. See you around. Great seeing you. So yeah, that was a fun time. That was really fun. Ah, good gracious.
Religions for fools, eh? Fools and liberals.
Fools and liberals.
I love
Oh,
Skidworth.
Snake says, and the ghost? Oh, you mean Eerie the ghost? Me? Oh, sad face? Yeah. Sad face, man. Sad face.
Oh, like Anne Frank, I think.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and the ghost. Yeah, Anne Frank and the ghost. Okay, I got it. Yeah. Oh, man. Crazy shit, dude. Oh yeah, at that point I was like afraid to go to gas stations because gas in New Jersey it's illegal to pump your own gas. So they have employees pump the gas for you, and they mostly were like Indian guys in turbans. And I just, as a child, I didn't understand. As a teenager, I didn't understand. I saw
you saw different people.
I saw a different, yeah. And I thought I'm like, we have a rosary hanging off of our dashboard. Like, if they say that, they're gonna get us, man. We're gonna be next. We're gonna be like the Christians in Sudan. Oh man, that poor child. What was going on with that poor child? Damn. Alex Halo says, speaking of fools, for some reason there are people who think Muslims like gays and trans. No. Since when? And people like to screech that Christianity is intolerant. Meanwhile, Muslim countries get on top of the roof. Damn.
Time to stone.
Yeah. Also, women, don't wear that hijab. That rock looks mighty shiny over there.
Oh shit.
Ah. Oh,
Like
Snake says,
one of
yeah,
the
go ahead.
things that I always remember is that one of my so one of my friends in college had a girlfriend who was like what she was like South Asian, so like she was brown and she was from a Muslim family, but
Mhm.
she did not believe in Islam. And like she told me like how fucked up like Muslim culture can get, especially in like Middle Eastern countries, and like even like within Muslim culture within like the UK, for instance, is incredibly racist, like
Wow.
especially towards people who are black.
Oh, jeez. Keep talking. I need to do some really fast.
And she told me a story about when her like her family members called a black maintenance worker like a racial slur in their own language.
Oh my gosh, they could do
Ooh
that?
boy. Yeah, because they have their own racial slurs for black people, but obviously this guy didn't understand it because he didn't speak whatever language that was. Because he was just some black guy who was raised in England, London, who was just a maintenance worker, some electrician or plumber or whatever, who was in fixing the boiler, and they just decided one of the family members just said a racial slur in front of him in their own language.
Jeez. That is just
It's like, wow, what a fucking story. Which is infinitely worse than my grandparents' story about saying the N-word.
My
Because at
god.
least that wasn't to anyone in particular. At least it wasn't behind their fucking back.
That's crazy, man. Alex Halo says, I
Yeah.
saw one guy blaming Christians for why their drag show in the Middle East was being canceled. Lol. That's insane.
There is a huge fear. One interesting thing I find. So you know how like there's tons of fears that Christians have about like countries becoming like un-Christian?
Yeah.
Like it's funny to me that Muslims have the exact same fear, because a lot of Muslim, sorry, like first generation, was it like, what was it? The generation of Muslims that have grown up in Western countries have started to get so the people who first came here, as far as I'm being told, they don't assimilate well, but their children who grow up with like native friends who all speak English, etc., 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 as well as the TV that they watch and enjoy, they are moving away from the culture that the Muslims, the Muslims that moved to the country, want them to believe.
I see. So they're kind of
That,
becoming more quote unquote liberals, sort of.
yes, so in their mind, they're becoming too liberal, too Western, too decadent, and they don't like that at all. They see that as like turning away from God. But of course, they believe it in a more extreme version than, say, a lot of Christians do.
Yeah, yeah. It kind of depends. It's kind of strange because, you'll have like leftists who are like, yeah, let's stand for Palestine, or yeah, let's stand with the Muslims. Meanwhile, like the Muslims are so much more intolerant to a very extreme, can be very much more intolerant to such an extreme degree than Christians are. Because even if Christianity is like, say, against the LGBT, committee or whatever,
Committee.
the committee,
The
the cabal,
LGBT committee.
the cabal of the L's and the G's and the B's, even worse, the T's. The Muslims can be straight up violent. Meanwhile, the Christians, I mean, like, we chilled out back in the Middle Ages. Like, in the Middle Ages, that's when we were all knives out. Now we're just like, no, and then just sit back and be like, you change, and then sit back and do nothing, you know?
I think you don't need to, like, it's all kind of like about the idea of a moral system. So, like, someone might wish ill upon you, but like you still don't want to wish ill upon them, if you know what I mean. It's the standard.
Say that
you
again.
apply
I'm
to-
trying to wrap.
Okay,
my head
so
around
you let's say you want to be nice to someone and uphold your morals, even
Mhm.
though they wouldn't do the same to you.
that. Yes.
I think that is the idea, but the more that I dig into Israel, it is like it is such a fucked up and complex situation that it is very difficult to make heads or tails of.
Oh yeah.
Especially when you go into the deeper elements of like how even Russia's involved. Because
wait, what? Huh? Russia's involved?
Okay, so Russia is involved because Russia has very close ties to Hamas.
Oh.
So
Okay.
there are people that theorize, and I kind of lean into this theory because I think it can just be coincidence, but I don't trust coincidences. The theory I subscribe to is that because of Russia's connections to Hamas, they encourage them to poke Israel, so that way Russia could take attention away from themselves.
And Ukraine.
Yes, or what they were doing in Ukraine, yeah.
But that's just a theory.
It's just a game theory.
No, a gay theory.
So, and to me, that does seem to make sense with Russia's relationship with Hamas. And at that point, you know, it's just kind of spiraled out of control from there, as far as I can see. Like, the most good faith I can be to Israel, though, is that, like, they have blundered the entire fucking thing, especially, like, because at every conceivable opportunity, they've made everything look worse for themselves.
Oof.
Right? Like, in terms of, they kind of went
PR?
in with the idea of, like, PR-wise, they didn't give a shit, and they blundered every opportunity to put themselves in some kind of good light. Because they, especially when you look at how they've tried to secure areas militarily. So the way that America did it, which, okay, even America failed. Well, they did it well, but they still kind of like failed eventually, but in the long term. But in the short term, what they would do is that they would destroy an infrastructure. They would, so that to capture it, they would contain it, and they would build it back up. So any vital infrastructure, so the same when we're talking about Iraq, they would any infrastructure that was destroyed during attack, they would make sure that they would build it back up so that they could support the local civilians, and then they could move on. Israel has not done that. They have gone in, destroyed fucking everything, and kept going.
Oh no!
And it is turned into a fucking shit show.
Yeah, that
because
whole conflict is, yeah.
And it's honestly not helped by the fact that, like, Hamas does not give a shit at all. Like, they have videos bragging about them ripping up like water pipes.
Jeez.
Which of course, when you rip up water pipes, no one's got any fucking water. Which I guess they generally don't care about, and they don't care about civilian deaths either, because it serves the greater cause. And that's another thing when you look at a lot of people who have some kind of crusade that they're going on in terms of religion. It's like the idea of the greater good. It's like, what, you don't need to care about anyone because, you know, it serves the greater good purpose of us trying to do something. It loses all semblance of humanity.
Yeah. Yep.
So what, like, I don't usually like to pull the cards of like both sides are about each other, and I generally don't believe both sides are about each other, but it is genuinely hard to untangle this web of historical injustice and current day injustice It
Well, when
is,
there's a
which is
war,
another
there's
reason why
propaganda
I
from
tend.
both sides.
Yeah, there is absolute propaganda from both sides, but like, okay, the thing with Ukraine, it's a very clear cut, I think, moral dilemma because you don't go and invade other countries. It's very as much as like there is propaganda on both sides about what's happening and the justification for whatever they're trying to do. Like as valid as some of the points of like NATO expansionism can be, like you can't just invade other people as well as you like it's all bollocks. But you can't do that with Israel. It's nowhere near as clean cut.
Yeah. Well, that's war for you.
It's why I don't really take a stance. Why I tell people don't get me fucking involved in this conversation, because I know, like,
Propaganda runs both sides.
well, it's not that propaganda both sides. I don't want to. Okay, I don't like taking positions unless I'm 100% confident in them, especially when it's about something like a war, because we're not talking about a debate about a film. We're talking about people's lives, and if
True.
I contribute to the wrong side, even in terms of just PR, then that is PR which is going, like, it is affecting how people perceive the war, which has an impact on lives. And it doesn't matter how small, I don't want to make a negative contribution. So sometimes I just have to think that, like, well, sometimes the best thing to do is to not make the situation worse by throwing more shit onto the pile and proclaiming it's better because it came out of my asshole.
Yeah. Oh, Snake says, but Shiny, the tunnel Jews have already dug under the U.S. all over the country. Look at New York.
That's the
Oh, boy.
funniest thing ever about this, like the whole thing with Israel. Because when you look at like genuinely anti-Semitic and racist like Republicans and conservatives, they have no idea who to support.
They have no idea. That's the funny part.
It is hilarious.
Both sides have no idea who to support
It's like-
because if you don't support Palestine, then you are then you're like anti-Muslim. But then if you don't support Israel, then you're anti-Semitic. Meanwhile, the right just doesn't know who to hate more.
Damn, I hate the
They don't know who
Muslims,
to
but I
hate
also
more, and
hate
the left
the
doesn't
Jews.
know who to hate less. They hate both of them. It's like, oh no. It's just fun. It's more of a wait and see game, and I hate to be like I'm apathetic because I have no dogs in this fight, but I legitimately have no dogs in this fight.
At
So
the moment,
might as
I'm
well just wait and
unemployed
see.
and need a job in visual effects, and the time that there are no jobs in visual effects, like I have my own issues that I have to worry about with survival, which is not as insane as people surviving a war front, but at the same time, like you have to prioritize your own problems. You can't worry about all the world's problems. You have to worry about your own little world.
Right. Oh, Snake says, I would just prefer people to not kill each other. You know what? That's my political stance right there. Right there. That encapsulates my whole political stance.
My political stance is like, could you like not? Could you not do that?
Fight. Let's say we're sorry. And kiss and make up. Yeah, that's my political stance. My political stance is the right one. Not the wrong one, not the evil one. It's the good one and the right one. Yeah. So, yeah, political conflict.
I did not wake up this morning think that I was going to. I didn't wake up this morning thinking I was going to talk about fucking Israel and Palestine.
Yeah, me neither.
I'm one of those people that just like I for some reason I will just dig into a topic. I'll find one and I'll just dig into it for some reason.
Okay, how about put it this way? Your stances are simple, but you are not simple-minded. Fair?
What do you mean by that?
Simple, not simple-minded.
But like, what encapsulates a simple stance?
Authenticity. Your authentic thoughts. Like, for instance, if you're still on the cusp, if you're still on the fringes of something and you just can't decide because the information's too muddied, That's still a legitimate stance. You don't know. It's your authentic thought rather than forcing yourself into a box. You're simple, yet not simple-minded, because you know what's going on. You're keeping your eyes peeled.
Mhm.
Does that sound fair?
Yeah, sounds fair.
Yeah. Simple, not simple-minded. Simplicity is a virtue. People don't usually know that. Simplicity is a virtue.
Is it a virtue?
Yes. 'Tis a gift to be simple, 'tis a gift to be free, 'tis a gift to be right where we ought to be. I don't know the rest of the song. Alex Halo says, hilariously, some TikTok video got banned because they started to support Hitler over the whole war that's happening, right? And they were the same people who called the other people Nazis. Brother, that was a word salad, my man. What was that?
Whatever
What is
that's
that?
about.
That's crazy, dude. Oh, Snake says, Eerie calling Shiny simple. Go full Muslim on her, Shiny. He he he. Oh my gosh. That is haram. That is haram. Not halal mode. Haram is like Muslim sin, right?
I have no idea. You're asking.
I think so. I heard like this thing in Islam where basically it's breastfeeding that makes a person a relative of yours. So basically people found like they thought a loophole to be a relative to somebody. So two people of the opposite sex cannot be in the same room together unattended. But the only way that they can is if they're related. So basically one of them has to basically be breastfed by like a relative of one of them, their family, in order to be related. Did you know that?
I did not know that. No.
That was the most cursed factoid I found about Islam. And it's still my favorite. Oh, Snake says it takes a village of it takes a village of booba. Oh my gosh. Do you want to hear my most cursed Christian factoid?
No, I don't.
I'm going to tell you anyway. Did you know that King David from the Bible had to collect 1,000 foreskins?
You told me this before.
Yeah, I think I have. Yeah, he had to collect 1,000 foreskins. That's probably my favorite story in the Bible nowadays. My favorite book of the Bible is the Book of Judith, and it's actually banned from the Protestant canon. It's only in the Catholic canon, so I have the full edition because I'm like debating Evangelion in Christianity. Anyway, but now my favorite story is the Tale of 1,000 Foreskins. It's so funny. Who wants?
I think there's a better way to explain it. I'm not an ignorant. So you said I'm simple but not simple minded. I think the better way to put it is, I admit that I don't know everything, but I'm not ignorant. If that makes I can be.
Yeah,
ignorant,
that's basically what.
I because a lot of people will be ignorant, but they'll kind of like refuse the idea that they're ignorant. If that makes sense, they'll think that they're the most genius person in the world. Well, my philosophy is kind of built upon the idea that, like, okay, maybe I don't know best. Maybe I have to. I don't have to always take a stance. It's okay to say that I don't know something.
Yeah.
Even after all the research I've gone into it. But some people just feel like they have to have a stance and they have to have a position.
Yeah. And that's okay. If you don't,
I think you even said that you felt like you had to have a position, didn't you?
I did. There was a time where I felt obligated to like take stances on issues. But then again, that just kind of benefits the usual suspects, unfortunately. And you know what? I ain't gonna do that. I'm not gonna be a pawn for the usual suspects. And by usual suspects, I mean just people who benefit from, oh no, you have to be partisan. You have to choose this or that, preferably my side. Please choose my side. But if you disagree with me,
It's important that you vote, but make sure you vote for who I care about. Otherwise, you're either the Sawyer boy or you're racist or something like that.
fucking exactly. Are those two trains about to collide?
Yes. Collide.
Do
Collide.
it. Do it.
Collide.
Do it.
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 Do it. Oh
do
no!
it.
Wait. Oh, it's
Oh,
it's spinning the other way around.
it turned itself around.
Oh, photo mode. What was this? I'm following a train. Pick focus.
Ooh, that's so cute. It's such a cute train. Choo choo.
Choo.
Little boxes. It's like Minecraft with the boxes. What's the style called again, Shiny? You said it
Voxel.
before. Voxel?
Voxel.
Voxel. Yeah. Make two trains crash. Can you make two trains crash?
I don't actually have control over the trains.
Oh.
Every time I move the camera, I lose focus. Choo choo. I would love if it was a bit more of a tycoon game where you just built up a village, like a bit like SimCity.
Yeah, it's a little bit more like freedom to it rather
Where
than.
this is more like Bridge Builder, where you have to like figure out the best way to construct something.
Yeah. It's still
It-
adorable.
You have to figure out the best way to construct a rail network.
Man,
Enter the
look-
train.
We're
Whoa!
in the train.
Oh no! Wait. Follow this train. Enter the train. Focus. Everything's blurry.
Huh.
Let's go. What's
I guess it's
happening here?
because the reason why everything's blurred in the foreground is so that way you could see everything outside. That is a camel.
No,
Why
I
is
think
there
we
a camel? Is that a camel? Look outside the train.
Yes, it is a camel. Oh,
It's a camel.
it doesn't look okay. Oh, focus distance. I can manually control it.
You could have called this game Bird
Bird
vs.
versus
Camel.
camel, and no
No
one would have
one
argued with
Argued
you.
with you.
Ooh. Could have called this game Bird vs. Camel, and no one would have argued with you. There's fucking smoke coming out of those buildings. Look at that. Oh,
Oh, Snake says the female version of circumcision is practiced in certain forms of Islam, Christianity, and Judaism. In Judaism, which is fucked up. I understood the first part. The other two parts, that's a hard doubt for me, dude. Like, what? Huh? Where'd you get that from?
I'm trying to something. The first, or just this is the most random thing
It's
ever.
a camel. Go ahead.
What the first thing you notice about idiots is that they always think they're the most genius person in the world.
Yeah.
They
Thanks,
always
David.
think they are like, despite being some of the most ignorant and stupid people you've ever met, they think they're genuinely onto something.
Yeah.
And to me, it kind of like, I don't ever want to be like have that self-awareness to think that I'm somehow this great
This great thinker of our modern time.
prophet.
If only the world would adopt my philosophy.
If
all of the
only
world's
world would
problems
think
would be
what I think, then that would make the entire world better. And
Trust
it's
me,
like,
I used
no,
to
that's-
think that way. I used to be like, I
A lot of
have
people-
my shit together. I know almost. I have solutions to almost every problem. I used to think that, and then I went to data analytics as a degree, and then I realized, oh, there is so much that I don't know, and that I'm actually an absolute buffoon, and I'm an idiot. I don't know things, and you know what? That's kind of refreshing to admit. I don't know things,
Well,
and sometimes saying I don't
the
know
thing is,
is still a good
the
answer.
way I see it is that we're all living life with only small pieces of the puzzle, and the closest we can ever get is through discussion and debate about these puzzle pieces and how we fit them together.
Yeah.
Like no one's ever going to know everything. It's like when you see some people who are genuinely smart and they think like because they're a good debater or because they're good at science or this that, and the, they have the hubris to think that they are somehow the most knowledgeable person in the world and they're always right. Neil deGrasse Tyson.
There are millions and billions of versions of you in every reality. But
You know,
which one is the
I
real
do
you?
kind of like Neil
Never
deGrasse
know.
Tyson, even though he's a bit of a twat.
How could you believe in Santa? He would have to travel so many miles per hour.
But sometimes that's fun. To me, sometimes that's, theoretically, what would Santa be like? Like, how would Santa work?
Yeah, get into data analytics. I took data analytics, and then suddenly I just, I've told you the story of my bad thesis, right?
Yes.
I wrote a bad thesis, but I learned so much. That bad thesis changed my whole entire worldview because it was so bad. The thing is, I still passed with that thesis, but I realized that I came out the gate with a bad conclusion, and I was trying to work backwards, but then I realized that that was the wrong way to do it. Oh no! I just realized that I'm not sure if you noticed this, but the snowy part of the map, the
Mm-hmm.
snow on top of like the little mountains, it looks like cake. It looks so tasty.
Why'd you say, "Oh no"? And then that's what you say.
Oh, because like some of my cake is gone. It was so tasty looking.
Oh,
Look at it. Doesn't it look
I
so
see.
like you want to put a fork in it? It looks like a tiramisu.
I
Just want to
love
put
how
a
like
fork in there.
they're becoming more prosperous and they're living nicer, and you're like, "Oh, but my cake."
Yeah. That's my cake right there. It's tasty. But if you want to add more population, go ahead. I don't know if there's an option to keep the snow there, but like if you could, that'd be nice. Oh, Snake says Neil thinks you can feel a certain percentage of male or female. One day you're 70% female, and the next day you're 80% male. He has lost his shit. Yeah, that sounds pretty bad shit if you ask me.
Gonna
Because
get me
like
cancelled here.
the science is kind of out on that. Yeah, it's just yeah. Like yeah, that's some fuzzy like debatey political / sciencey stuff that is still underdeveloped, and we need time to figure out. We'll get there someday. But yeah, Neil, he's kind of a stick in the mud.
I still like
Oh,
him.
yeah, he still can be pretty fun.
I don't
Oh,
like Bill Nye though. Bill Nye's an ass.
Bill Nye, the Russian spy.
Things like Neil will get high and just start talking about random shit, and I love it. Same reason why I sometimes watch Joe Rogan, just to watch him get high. Not because I
Woo, Joe Rogan.
genuinely identify with anything he says, just because it's kind of cool just to listen to someone go funny to go listen to someone high and just start talking random stuff.
By the way, have you ever done DMT?
What's that?
Oh, Joe Rogan's always asking people if they've done DMT, which is like psychedelics.
Oh no.
It makes you trip the hell out, dude.
I've met someone that was probably on on something though.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, what's that story? If you don't mind. Tell the story. You don't have to if you don't want to.
So, what happened was that me and my mate were filming for one of his visual effects projects.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was behind the camera and he was filming. So he was the actor who we were filming.
Yeah.
And we were on the streets of, well, I can probably say it since I've fucked off from there now and I'm back home. I was in Middlesbrough.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And yeah, I lived in Middlesbrough for some time before I left and went back home. And we were filming there, and this guy who was like his eyes were just completely out of it. He genuinely made me feel a bit scared because like he was not looking straight, and he looked like someone who was a bit unhinged.
Oh no.
And he came up to me, my mate. Oh no, actually my mate was waiting for me to film as I was like concerned that like he was gonna try and steal something from me. So like I made sure that my foot was on the camera bag and that my hand was on the camera, so that if he tried to make a move, or if there was like someone like he was working with that was going to try and steal something from me, that he wasn't going to be able to do it.
Mm-hmm.
I was just very hyper worried that something could happen, and he just started going off about random shit. Like genuinely, he started going on about alien conspiracies and
Okay.
all this random crap. And I'd never seen someone that just looked so out of his fucking mind. Like he just genuinely looked like he wasn't there. Like there was no one behind the driving, and I didn't know how to react to the situation. And Finn eventually came over and just started.
My
Like, because
gosh.
he was also worried because he'd taken the camera out of the uni, and if anything happens to it, then he gets in deep shit.
My
And
gosh.
so
I would have messed with him and played along. I don't know.
So he kind of played along, and so he started talking about how like the random lizard conspiracies and moon crap, and he played along. I didn't know how to react to the situation. I was just standing there completely befuddled, and he got a little like twitchy with me because I wasn't playing along with him.
Oh jeez. Oh no.
Because I was like, this guy's a fucking nutcase. I don't know what to do. And he said, "This look, you get this, right? Like you understand what I'm talking about. This guy here, he's still in the matrix. He doesn't
He's still in the
like,
matrix.
he doesn't see." I was like, okay.
Are you sure you weren't talking to like the average red pill
No,
podcaster?
like I don't think he was a Red Pill podcaster. He was just a skinny junkie.
Uh-huh.
And eventually he just pissed off, and I looked at Finn and was like, what the fuck just happened? It's like, I don't know. But he was totally fucking out of it. I thought he was going to hit us or something.
Oh jeez. You're in the
Ah.
matrix, man. Did you know that
I'd secretly met Andrew Tate.
you secretly met Andrew Tate? That would be funny though. That would be funny if it was Andrew Tate. That's like, you're in the matrix, man. I'm making no money. I got some bitches on me. I don't know what I should do. And that was exactly the year that he decided to do trafficking. That would be funny. And you met him. You could have changed the course of time if you had
glad to be
shot
out of
him
this,
right then
bro.
and
Like,
there.
There are so many people who are fucking it out of it. I did not feel. Look, I'm a country lad. I grew up in the countryside. I don't like cities. I don't like busy places. I don't like places with low income housing environments. I just like to live in the countryside where I feel safe and happy, and the only people that want to kill me are farmers. Farmers I can deal with.
Farmers.
They only
and
have
cows,
shotguns. Look,
sometimes.
farmers only have shotguns and hunting rifles. Fuck, I like people who are fucking out of it. I used to. I don't know if I said this on stream before. I was literally living next to a fucking drug dealer, like while I was in Middlesbrough.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the people who were selling weed next door.
My gosh.
They weren't even trying to hide it. Like people were just coming up to the window, knocking 3 times, and then they would slide some money into the window, and they would, put like a really suspicious looking bag, giving it to them. And I doubt there were jelly babies in that bag.
Oh no. Meanwhile, they're just giving.
And people once knocked on my door, knocked on my window and the door, confusing us for next door.
Oh, that's fucked up, dude.
So they were banging and yelling, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? It's 2:00 in the morning, and it's like, I want my stuff, with like a thick African accent. I was like, what the fuck? Like, what's going? I don't know what's happening. And eventually he just stops, and I'm just really like scared, like what the fuck is happening? And I just asked the girls outside just to peek their head out to see what's going on, and he goes next door and just buys some drugs and leaves.
Oh my gosh.
It's like, okay.
Horrible for a kid this age. Jeez.
Okay. What do you mean a kid?
Well, I don't know how old you were at this time.
No, it was like while I was in Borough,
And you were about how old?
the same age as I am now.
Oh, that happened this year?
Yes,
Oh my god.
I told you about this.
I don't remember you telling me about
No,
this.
it never happened in my hometown because in my hometown it's like a quiet country place.
Jeez Louise, my gosh. Oh, Snakesy says, missed opportunity. You should have had spare oregano to sell him. Just get the oregano. My gosh.
I'm pretty
dude.
sure that was a joke in space, wasn't it? That they
Yeah, that was a
confused
joke in space.
the,
Yes,
the,
that's
the
a
oregano
space
with
reference.
weed.
Yep. That's a space reference. Oh, Snakes has seen Spaced. Confirmed. I do know that, like, you've told me about, like, the partiers on, like, Saturday nights.
Oh yeah, that was awful. I hated that.
Yeah, and that's probably why your rent was so cheap.
Well, that and also I got discount as I got a tax exemption since I was a student,
Yeah.
which meant the landlord also got some tax knocked off from his building.
Mm-hmm. And I remember, like, we would be on call and you'd be like, do you hear that? And then, like, you would turn off, like, the disco filter and I would be able to hear it. No. Like, when you were talking, I was able to hear it in the background. It was crazy. But yeah, you could have made money with oregano to sell.
Probably would have got me in deep shit.
You're either gonna be a millionaire or you're
Yeah,
gonna
I live next to was like 3 or 4 pubs on a very like hipster street with like clubs and pubs and crap. Oh, it was awful. Like Saturday nights were so fucking awful. I don't miss that place.
Yeah.
I don't miss the drama between the girls upstairs. Living with like 4 women, man. Oh my goodness. Make me live with like I used to live in a student accommodation with like 6 guys, and while there was like annoying shit that happened, the stuff that happened when I was living with 4 girls was infinitely more tiresome.
Oh jeez. Just all the girl drama.
Yeah, I just couldn't fucking stand it.
Meanwhile, guys just like go to the beach and dig a hole. That's it. That's what men do. There's this primal urge for men to
Dig a hole.
holes. To dig hole.
Diggy hole.
If there is a hole, there is a goal, even at the beach. I know that means something completely different, but men dig holes. Oh, men throw rocks in water. Men must do that. Men must throw rock into water. Men must also find the perfect big stick. Have you ever found the perfect big stick, Shiny?
No, I've never found the perfect big stick.
Men need to find perfect big stick. Either it needs to be the shape of a perfect pistol or a gun, or it needs to just be the perfect walking staff for Gandalf. Men must find big stick.
You had stick very good.
Oh, Snake says the gatherings of the drug dealers are the worst part about living next to the dealer, except getting shot, or in Shiny's case, probably stabbed.
They weren't like criminal mafia drug dealers. They were literally just some fucking students. They were it was a house of international students, and they probably just sold drugs to like get by, like essentially either get by or have some extra income.
Mm-hmm.
And like some of the shit, like we once heard raised voices from next door, and the next thing we knew, we heard a loud thump and a crash, and everything went silent.
Oh, jeez.
And we all just kind of looked at each other, the thumps were so loud that it actually knocked shit off of the walls, like paintings and like mirrors fell off people's walls. And we all walked out into the corridor thinking, like, has someone like fallen in the house or something? And no, it was coming from next door. And we all just sat there in complete silence, listening to what sounded like we were listening to, like, I don't know, someone getting a brutal beating.
Jeez, dude. Did you call the cops?
Yeah. So the girls called the cops, and the police came, and they just like politely knocked on the door. They asked if like everything was all right, and everyone was quite confused. And well, for a start, I did not want to call the cops because they, knowing that there are people that sell drugs in that house, I don't want them to like think we're the ones that called the police on them, because what if they get into trouble and the police find shit in there?
Oh, yeah.
They might not be very happy with us. But the girls called the police anyway, and made sure that we, they didn't think it was us that called anyone. And the police just, so they couldn't forcibly go into anyone's rooms, but they could just like go around the house, and they couldn't see anything around the house, and they asked around, and no one seemed to know anything, and they just kind of left. Because obviously they didn't have any kind of warrant or anything to do an active search. They could only go inside because they were invited in by someone that lived there.
Yeah. Oh, Snake says, hello, can you not bash around your mate? Thanks, jolly good, the Bobby. That's an amazing written representation of the accent. That's amazing. Oh, Snakes and Alex Halo have found the perfect big sticks. I'm very proud of you boys. You have found sticks quite well.
You have found stick very good.
Stick very good. I once was walking along.
Man, Shad has fallen off so much. I miss Shad.
Yeah, I miss Shadiversity. Back when he was a Chad. I was once walking along and I found a giant log and I rolled it over, and underneath was a tiny stick. And I said, that log had a child. If anyone knows where that's from, it points to you.
Oh, do you know his? The chat probably wants to do this. So I've got a funny story about Eri. In real life, she will change accents on a whim.
Oh my gosh! Yes.
Like, so when we went to Mexico, I remember this. When you go up to someone, like a stranger in a shop, you will go really like New York.
Yeah.
And other times you'll be really Southern. And like once when we were in the Mexican restaurant, you sounded really Hispanic.
Yes.
Like your accent just seems to mold and change depending on who you're with.
I feel like I'm gonna go over there in Britain and I'm just gonna like assimilate.
Do the most offensive accent ever.
I just might. I remember I said something and you were like, that was very British sounding. And I'm like, really? Yeah, so, my New Yorker will come out if I really, like, want something and I'm angry. My Southerner will come out when I want to be, like, really sweet and really, like, convincing. And my Hispanic will come out around Hispanics. Exclusively around Hispanic. I wonder, you know what I wonder? I wonder if Literature Devil has a Mexican accent with his family. I'm very curious.
That would be interesting, actually.
Because he's Mexican.
Well, he's American, but I know what you mean. Like, he's Mexican descent.
Yeah. Oh, Snake says, oh my gosh, Erie is cultural appropriating. Yeah, guilty. Guilty. I'll do it again. I'll fucking do it again. Alex Halo says, Shad's second channel is getting views and showing up on my recommended, but for some reason his other channel is not. Oh yeah, there was like a shadow banning problem with Shadiversity. I know that. At one point. But like, I feel like maybe he was like trying, there was a point where he was trying to force it because his stance on AI was getting him attention, so he doubled down. I don't know if he was doubling down because that's legitimately what he believed, or he was trying to get attention. I don't know. What I do know is that was very cringe of him. That was not very Cash Money of the man.
I think it's something that he did genuinely believe, because I don't know, it was such a weird like thing that he was going on about.
Mm-hmm. That was not the hill worth dying on, Shad.
Well,
Why
because
would you do this,
he died on it in such a bizarre way,
He did.
and that I just couldn't understand what was going on at all.
Oh,
Because he, how do I word this? Like, he's so desperate to be seen as an artist. Like, have you seen the video where he's at some kind of like D&D event?
Mm-hmm.
And
With his brother?
yeah, and he's demanding. His brother is kind of. They're trying to write a character, for Shad, and
His
he
brother is Draw with
demands.
Jazza. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, he demands to be his character to be an artist as well. And he's like, "You've seen me draw, like you know I can draw." And he's like, "Yes, Shad, yeah, but like you're more of this." And Shad just won't let it go. He's just demanding. I was like, "Ooh, what the fuck's going on there?"
Yeah.
And he really just won't let it go. And every argument that I've heard is like really strange. It's like, oh, jobs won't go. They'll just become like, it's like chairs. How, before chairs used to be artisan goods. And, they used to be built by handcrafted. And now, we have machines. But now chairs are really valuable as, if a handmade chair is much more valuable than a factory made chair.
Mm-hmm.
And he tries to equate the thing to art. It's like, yeah, but Shad, like these were entire industries before, and now handmade chairs are considered to be like a quaint thing. They're not considered to be like. How many handmade chairs do you own in a household? It used to be every household. Now it's like the people who are rich and have lots of money that have handmade chairs. Everyone else has shit from IKEA or Amazon.
Yeah.
So like people, there are lots and lots of people who have lost a lot because of like industrialization, and that was a huge big point of the Industrial Revolution, how a lot of people were losing jobs, and but he conveniently ignores that because it doesn't quite fit his point.
Alex Halo says, "I'm also half Mexican. You're half literature devil, buddy. Proud of you." Snakes also says that Shad's brother, Jazza, won an Eisner Award, and I fact checked that, and that is true. He did win an Eisner Award.
For what?
An Eisner Award. It's the Will Eisner Award for comics. It's like the Comic-Con award.
Oh, I see.
It's the most it's one of the comic book awards. Yeah. I mean, Shadiversity, like apparently there's also like tension, like religious tension between the brothers as well, because Shadiversity is Mormon, but Jazza is not. And they've kind of been public the fact that they're different and they don't agree. They just don't publicly air out where they disagree. And you know what? I respect that. I respect that.
Yeah, like Jazz has made it publicly clear he doesn't agree with Shad on everything.
Mm-hmm.
Which,
yeah, just because they're related.
Which, I think any family can relate to like you don't always get along politically. I was actually flabbergasted by one of my family members' takes recently. Well, just something that they said just really like took me back, because it's not something I'd ever expect them to say.
What was it? If you don't...
It was something kind of racist.
Oh, okay. That's okay. We could dodge it. Snake says, which is hilarious considering Shad was begging his brother to say he's good at the art when his brother won a prestigious award in art. I know. Jazza Jazza has like his YouTube channel. He makes art interesting. He was one of the first art YouTube channels I've got into. Um, that actually got me into drawing. First it was Mark Crilly, then it was Draw with Jazza. And then from there, like I still draw, but I was mostly focusing on like writing advice and all that, mostly with Literature Devil. I really loved Literature Devil's writing advice. I wish more of Literature Devil's content was mostly just writing because he's so good at it, dude. Like he's such a like he knows how these mechanisms work, and when he explains it, there have been times with Literature Devil's like videos, I've had to pause it and I need to metabolize what he just said because he is so good at understanding storytelling. He's so good at it. But the thing is, I think he just kind of realized his bread and butter was politics. It does
Mhm.
get him attention, if he's trying to be like outrageous or whatever. But it's just,
Tiresome.
it's so tiresome. I
As
like
well,
this.
so sometimes you're like, just want to talk about writing, and then next thing you know, Trump comes up, and it's like, fuck, here we're here for
Ah,
an hour.
yeah, like you and I when we were on stream, together in the same room with the same microphone, it was pretty fun. But then it kind of got saturated with politics and kind of became not fun anymore. And it's like, oh, okay.
Well, I think it's just because it's like political season.
Yeah,
Well,
that's true.
so it's
Trust me, I'm
I've
dreading
noticed
this.
that with like I love Glib. I'm really good friends with Glib, but sometimes I just wish he would shut the fuck up. Like
Yeah.
I had this problem during the last election in America. Whereas like we're trying to talk about like a movie or a TV show, Glib comes in and wants to rant about something to do with Trump, and I'm like, "It's just Glib." Like I actually blew my top with Glib. Well, I didn't like yell at him or anything, but I just got fed up and left, and actually left. I stopped going to Morning Nonsense for like a 2 weeks just because I wanted a break from it.
Mm-hmm.
Because I wanted to talk about something, but Glib always kept interrupting me, and it even got to the point where Glib got really like in my face about my own politics, because he kept like almost interrogating me.
Oh boy, here comes the purity spiral.
Well, I don't think it was like a purity spiral. It was more just like, so like, what are you? And uh,
Well, you're from a different
well,
country with
well,
different politics.
but I'm like, well, I'm not anything. It's like, but what are you, left leaning or right leaning? It's like, I'm not either. Like, so you're centrist? No, I'm not a centrist. I'm just like, so what are you? And he just really grilled me about that one point. It's like, why can't I just be me? Like, why do I need to subscribe to a political party and follow them religiously and constantly need to be reaffirmed by what they think? I don't need that. Why are you
Oh,
trying to push me
yeah.
to that?
Oh, Snake says Lit Dev is shit. Don't back Dr. Alpha Miracle Child. Smiley face. I actually like Lit Dev's. I actually like Lit Dev's story.
I think he's saying it sarcastically.
Oh, you're being sarcastic. Okay. Okay. I love Lit Dev and what he's trying to do and his mission, and he's trying to make it on his like he's defied so many odds. And I respect him so much for it.
He
You
also is
know?
not just a straight dick sucker. Like he
He's
will
not.
go on. He will go on sometimes about like Eric July or this that, and the other, but he absolutely does not like he will stand to his own convictions and
Yeah, he'll stick with his
he'll say
guns.
his own opinions, which I respect him for entirely. I had the well actually no, let's get into a whole other topic, but back to Lit Dev. I was going to go about the Eric July thing and how I fucking called it before it even like, before like the whole drama started to come up. I fucking said it. I said that it would go to his head. No one listened to me.
You called it. But then, like, Lit Dev, like, he wasn't blinded just by the fact that Eric July made it. No, what's the quality? And
Yeah,
he looked at that quality and he says, this could be so much better. And he stuck by it. Like, bro, first off, it takes a lot to make your own opinion and be the outlier. Second of all, it takes a shit ton more to
And
stick to
like
it despite everything.
he even said that Blue Beetle was like not a terrible film, but an all right film. When everyone else, all his peers, were shitting on it.
Really?
Yeah,
Yeah, see? Like, he's just a genuine person beneath it all. Like, you
because
see it.
if you listen to like a lot of other people saying about like Blue Beetle, they said it was the worst film ever, and the dev's just like, well, it's not like an amazingly written film. It's just kind of like Shazam, where Shazam is like it's a fun film and there's nothing really deep or character written in it, but like it's not terrible.
Like,
And
that right there, that authenticity is the definition of based. Everyone says, oh, if it's right wing, it's based. No, sticking to your guns despite everyone saying you're wrong is fucking based. Look it up. Look that shit up. That's based. Lit dev's always based. Well, he can. He sometimes he's not. Well, sometimes he kind of gets over his head. But most of the time, lit dev is fucking based. He sticks by his guns. I respect him. Sometimes behind his back, I call him literature dad. It feels like that sometimes, you know.
yeah,
He's kind of like stream dad. It's like, oh, it's literature dad. There he is. There's literature dad.
he's water and fish. But where's the water and where's the fish? Needs water and fish, but there's no water and fish buildings. I am 20 away from more buildings being built, but there's just no buildings. How am I expected to build anything?
Oh, Snake says, yeah, Lit is honest, which is nice to see. Unlike some people who may or may not be Ripa.
Oof.
Love the subtlety there, buddy. Love the subtlety.
I
He said-
remember all the shit I got into because I said stuff about Doomcock.
Doomcock. Oh boy. Wasn't it? What was it? Doomcock and Star Wars Theory, right?
People didn't defend Star Wars Theory that much against me, but like he still got his like in terms of Lit Dev's audience, but people in Lit Dev's audience did give me shit for what I was saying about Doomcock.
Mm.
I think I've done something wrong because it's not.
Could reload it. Okay. Alex Halo says there's a HoloLive girl that gets called a dad because she gives dad-like advice. That's pretty funny. But yeah, literature dad. Like he's the guy you go to that's like, hey man, I'm having trouble with writing. Like, what do you think of this? Like, and he'll tell you. He will tell you. If you ever need writing advice, there are 3 people I go to. Shiny, Glib, and Literature Devil. Those are my 3 peeps. Those are my boys. Those are the boys. Oh, Snake says Doomcock is no Mike Zero. Hehehe. Who's Mike Zero? Who are any of these people?
What's weird, like sometimes it is genuinely hard to understand where some people come from on a specific topic.
What do you mean? Elaborate.
Because, like, okay, it's okay. Whenever you operate, you kind of operate with a like with a level of assumption when it comes to other people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Still like $30 short for some reason. Give me extra money. Well, there's nothing else to connect. The hell? Anyway. So like there are lots of people who are I don't want to say idiots, but are certainly like a bit doolally. They operate with a completely different worldview that is hard to entirely understand for one reason or another, because sometimes it's just so idiotic. It's like, how could, like, you can't understand it, or
Okay.
sometimes it's just so delusional.
Like believing
And
babies come from God
I
like,
think
directly.
well, no, because with Doomcock, there's just a level of delusion that a lot of his fans, at least I don't know about now, but used to have, like with anything, because it was much easier to have a false hope than it was to actually like have a realization that it's everything he says is a bunch of bollocks.
Ah.
And I just, because to me the truth is important, right? But yet there are people that are so entrenched in defending someone because they're your side, quotation marks, or because they give you some like a good feeling. But I just don't understand why anyone would want to be delusional.
So basically, he's the Candace Owens of Star Wars.
Don't know who the fuck Candace Owens is.
Oh, okay.
And it's especially something that like I'm
The Tucker Carlson of Star
I'm
Wars.
I'm a bit sore about it simply because I was so tired of of the shit people have given me over my Doomcock take. Like I've had so many people get there like so upset with me about it.
Mm-hmm.
When I've just pointed out simple things like no, he's very obviously twisting something into a narrative that doesn't exist. And my favorite one is that when he randomly accused Star Trek of tanking CBS's stocks
On purpose.
because he looked at stocks and he said, "Oh, the stocks are down. Maybe someone saw the new Star Trek and then realized it was shit, so they sold all their stocks in CBS." In which you could make that assumption if there was any event related to Star Trek happening at the time. Like, say, if Star Trek was bombing and a bunch of investors wanted to, up ship, so they just took all their stocks and left. But the problem is that there was no Star Trek news happening at the time. There was no new show out. There was no trailers that was aligned with this happening. And CBS is a big company. There are many things that they're doing. So to kind of just link it to a Star Trek, it's a bit confusing.
Mm-hmm.
And on top of that, this stock dip was nothing more than a regular market fluctuation. Because when the video was released and we were watching it on the channel, I actually went to like CBS's stock market, and it was dipping and went like this day after it went back up to the same level it was before. It was a natural fluctuation that Doomcock just twisted into his own little narrative, and the narrative that he just formed around Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau seemed absolutely idiotic.
Nice, dude.
And people said, "Oh, you sound really like unreasonably upset with Doomcock, like you used to believe him or something." No, I'm just upset with the fact that people like put so much stock in his word and treat me like shit for basically calling some of this stuff out. That's what genuinely has this reaction in me to a lot of his stuff and people that like him.
Yeah, I gotcha.
And it was so difficult for me to be nice to him when I met him on stream. It was so fucking difficult. LitDev, he loves that because he was fucking giggling in the background.
He knew that you were seething.
I promised to LitDev that I wouldn't start shit. I promised him.
You promised.
And he kept saying things that kept pissing me off. It's like, the Lucasfilm Civil War gives us hope that things will change. It's like, don't say anything. Don't say anything. Don't.
Meanwhile, Lit Dev's
And
doing his evil laugh in the
I
back.
I was when I finally like started talking to him, I let go. I was so restrained. Like I
Mhm.
was just I wasn't like grilling him. I was just asked him like questions like why do you believe that we should keep making Star Wars forever and that kind of thing. Like
He thinks we should keep making Star Wars forever.
yeah, he thinks that we should keep making Star Wars forever, and his justification that his kids should still have Star Wars. It's like, but surely that's
They
like
will have the first Star Wars. They are on film. They are being mass produced forever. We will never miss out on
yeah,
them.
that's the thing. To me, Star Wars. If you want Star Wars to be around for your kids, then preserve it. Don't just encourage endlessly pumping out
Soulless
slop.
production. Yeah.
Yeah, which is exactly what you're going to get if you think that there has to be Star Wars in production or Star Trek into production or anything. Just making Star Wars for the sake of Star Wars, I don't think is good enough. You have to actually make something good.
Oh, Snake says Shiny is a Tory confirmed. Lol.
I'm too northern to be considered a Tory. The Tory, Stargate.
Oh yeah. But like, all in all, Lit Dev. I still like Lit Dev. Although it seems like he seems a bit tired out by doing a stream every single day.
Yeah, well, I can understand that could be tiring.
Yeah, poor guy needs a break.
Oh, do you remember when I tried to explain the political state of the United Kingdom to your dad?
Oh my gosh, that was fun.
trying to, because it is like every country has its own little flavor of what it considers to be like left wing and right wing. One of my most favorite examples is pointing out that to Russians, being conservatives means being communist, which
And I know
is
that sounds like an oxymoron.
which to a lot of people in Western countries, it does sound like an oxymoron.
Meanwhile, in Britain, you have a whole menu of items. It's like you could be conservative, you could be old Labour, you could be New Labour, and one is more conservative than the other, and you could be the Green Party, and you could be that jokester party, you could be this party.
New Labour and Old Labour, they're the same party. They are just it's because a lot of parties.
Explain this. I'm never gonna get it.
My theory is that because these parties have been around for a long time, they're usually based on like historic regional parties rather than anything else. So like the Labour Party, it used to represent like the actual like Labour front.
I see.
And people voted Labour because that's what represented them rather than politically but regionally. And the same with Conservatives. Like, okay, it's more like a class divide, right? So Labour encompasses both the left wing and the right wing of like the more working class, if that makes any sense. Whereas the Conservatives represent the more left and right wing of the establishment.
Okay.
The Conservatives are definitely more like right wing, but especially to Americans, they will consider to be like Americans would consider the Tories to be left wing.
Oh, okay. So the Tories are conservatives, but they're also left wing. But then, like Labour,
they're left wing in like certain ways. Like for example, they are perfectly fine with like the idea of gay marriage, which is something that when you talk to Republican Americans, they're not going to take very kindly to.
Fuck me, dude. If I were to move over there, I'd be so relaxed, and I'm like, this is too confusing for me to give a shit about. Like I'm gonna try. Not like my vote matters in the UK anyway. Celestial Falcon says you could be the Greg's party. Just the Greg's party. I'm the McDonald's party.
Oh yeah, the Cooperative are technically part of the Labour Party as well, which is the it's like how do I even explain cooperative movement? I explained the cooperative movement to you before, and I don't even know how do I explain it again.
I still don't get it, but go ahead.
Cooperatives The
Oh
cooperative
yeah,
movement
they're like
was
corporations that like get together and then they kind of propose policies that would be better for the individual small businesses.
yes, I
Yeah,
believe that's what, I don't even
woo, I got
the
it.
problem is I don't even fully understand cooperatives,
Hmm.
but the idea is that they're like it's focused on a smaller level upwards rather than like say like a brand store like Tesco's or Walmart, which is like built downwards. It's built to benefit the person at the top more than it is the bottom, like regional areas.
Yeah.
Oh, these
Alex
trains are
Halo
going to collide.
says,
Trains are going to collide.
oh. Do it, do it, do it, do it,
Oh,
do it, do
oh,
it, do
no,
it, do it,
no,
do it,
no.
do it, do it. Fuck!
I need to make $30 somewhere, but I don't know how.
Alex Halo says we should convince LD he should do some streams playing a game he likes more often to relax. You know, we should bully LD into to being mentally healthy, dude.
It's a funny oxymoron.
We're gonna bully you into better mental health, Dev. You're gonna have a better quality of life whether you like it or not. You mentally unhealthy bastard. That just came out. I didn't mean to call him that. Yeah, we should just have let Deb just play a chill game and then just stream it. And then, you know, I'll have to keep my finger on the pulse because I know he's been playing Elden Ring, but he's been playing it by himself. I think we should just chill with him. I
I
think that
know
would be
next to
fun.
nothing about Elden Ring.
Me neither. I think it's okay. I know that he doesn't like the girl. I know he's not a fan of the girl that everyone simps for in Elden Ring. He likes one of the unpopular girls. Oh, Snake said her New Yorker came out there.
Told you.
It comes out, you know. That's where I'm from. My mother's from
But it's
New
the way you
York.
swear. Like with me, my accents are merged. So like because my grandfather lived in the south of England for such a long time, he picked up
Mhm.
an accent which he gave to my mother, and my mother passed on that accent to me. But at the same time, I've got my dad and my regional accent that kind of comes through. So my accent is a mix of sort of like southern and northern with a bit of American in there as well for good measure because of all the TV I watched as a kid.
Mhm.
So like my accent, I don't go, "Hey up lads, how's it going?" So all of a sudden just turning like really posh and Queen's English. I stay my mixed accent. You just jump around all over the place.
Yes, I do. My mother's from New York. My dad's from New Jersey. We all live in the South. Um, and we're also Hispanic. So we just, yeah, pick and choose your favorite. Oh, Snake says I have a disgusting Philly accent because, let me guess, you're from Philly? You're from Philadelphia? Celestial Falcon says
Great
New York.
cheese.
Huh?
Said Philadelphia, and I said great cheese.
Philadelphia cheese.
Yes.
Yes. I like the Philly cheesesteaks.
Keep coming up short for some reason.
Yeah. I mostly do my southern when I'm like in customer service because that's like my sweetie pie voice, you know?
I know that. I remember when you used to be a lot more. What's the word? Like bubbly
Mm,
on live streams.
yeah. I think it was because I was super nervous. I know I was bubbly for like every single minute you were here. I was
But
I
I
was
mean,
giddy
the
fool.
voice that you used to put on.
Huh?
The voice that you used to put on was like really bubbly.
Yeah. Like, hi, how's everybody doing? Hi.
Yeah.
Is everyone having a great time?
That's it.
Yep. Celestial Falcon says, I remember the time my little brother tried a Philly cheesesteak for the first time and it almost killed him, nearly choked to death on it. Lol. Oh my gosh, there's nothing funnier than the memory of your sibling almost dying. Celestial Falcon says, I don't know why, but that was a scary voice, Eerie. You don't like my uppity, bubbly voice? My gosh. I've been told I can do so many voices. Like, we all know the Harley Quinn voice. Like I
I
have like
especially know it well.
yeah, I have like the jazz singer, the femme fatale voice, jazz singer voice. I have like my sweetie pie customer service southern accent, I have my New Yorker that can fuck you up, you know what I'm talking about? um
That's
you
what I had
know
to do. I had to connect it. Yeah, okay, I see. I see what I had to do. For some reason, it wasn't enough that I had connected these two together. I needed to connect that to this as well.
Oh, Snake says the bubbly voice is too ooh woo for me, girl.
Do your femme fatale voice.
My femme fatale voice. Do you really want me to do my femme fatale voice?
Why wouldn't
When
I?
like the kind of like jazz singer, and you go all the way down here, and I've been told by Glib that I sound like Faye Valentine from Cowboy Bebop. You know what I mean? But it's like a smoother kind of lower voice, and I know you're enjoying this. I know y'all are enjoying this.
You
But
have a.
yeah,
I think you need to practice a little more.
really, you think so? All
I
right,
think yeah. I think you kind of lost it a little.
lost it. Okay, okay. I'll practice. I'll
Oof.
praise. What do you mean, woof? You don't like it?
No, I said. Oof. I've heard you do better.
You've heard me do better.
Yeah.
Damn, I gotta refine my skills.
Oh, what about your Harley Quinn voice?
You
Can you
want my Harley Quinn voice? I can definitely do my Harley Quinn voice for you.
that also needs practice.
Oh, I get it. You want me to practice with you all the time. Okay, I get your angle.
Maybe.
Oh my gosh. There's no one that could compare to my Mr. J. Isn't that right, Puddin'? Oh, Snakes, I can dig that. Keep doing that, Eerie. Alex Halo says my sister kept doing stupid things, so she would get me into trouble. So when I let her fall out of the tree, the one time she finally stopped doing stupid things that could get her hurt. Oh my gosh. It reminds me of this time where me and my brother and my sister, we were playing at my grandparents' house. My grandparents' old house. And my youngest sister we were like my grandparents had like this long running couch that like went along the wall of the living room, and we would just run around it all the time playing tag and stuff. And my youngest sister just goes, "Hey guys, let's do tricks!" And then she just disappears behind the couch with a thud, and we just hear silence. And then next thing we know, we hear and then my parents come in and they're interrogating both of us like, what happened? What happened? What happened to your sister? It's just like it was
Where is she?
oh my gosh. And that's when we learned, let's not do tricks.
When will you learn?
When will you learn? That was bad. That your actions have consequences.
You're getting kind of rusty on the old voices.
I am, aren't
You,
I?
you used to be so much better at it.
Wow, I've gotten not good at it. I've fallen out of practice.
And you should feel bad about that.
I gotta work on it. I gotta work on my voice. But hey, I still got Harley Quinn, am I right?
Needs work.
the Harley Quinn voice is so easy, simply because the voice actress just like lazily throws her voice around and just has like this throaty canter, and just and of course, like being from New York, it kind of comes a bit easier. You just say things like chocolate and coffee, you know what I mean? Just like that. Just like that. I naturally kind of say it like that. Yeah.
I love you.
I love you too, Shiny.
You nearly said my name there, didn't you?
Oh my gosh, you can tell.
I
You
can
can
tell.
tell at this point.
I can tell when you're just about to dox me.
Oh, Snake says that New York accent got me going. Stop it. Keeps the people going. I know that there was one time where Lit Dev had me do like a voice acting bit, and that was so fun. I had to play an annoying. I had to play the Mother of Madness. He had me do the whole first
Oh,
page of Mother of Madness.
wanted me to voice coach you for that scene, didn't you?
You did. And that was so fun because she was supposed to sound like I was trying to make her sound annoying on purpose, so I put on the most annoying voice that I could, and it was just so fun. I like doing bits. I feel like I was kind of born in front of a microphone in a way, almost reluctantly, really, because growing up, I was singing really early. From church. Growing up as a kid, from when I was like really young, I was a choir girl at my local church. And the thing is, I was the choir girl for many years, to a point where my voice was developing with my my singing lessons. So over time, my voice became more and more easy to control. So now, now I can place every single syllable and every single note exactly where I want it. Which is kind of strange to think that there are people who don't know how to do that. You know, because I've done it for so long. So I was a cantor. So I was a choir girl, and I grew up, you know, learning how to sing. And you know, I got vocal coaching from my choir director, and she directed me to a private vocal coach who was an opera singer. And I got private lessons from her too. And from there, I became a cantor. And what a cantor is, excuse me, what a cantor is in the choir, it's basically just the lead singer. They're the ones that go up to the microphone. In church, like they're also tend to be the ones that go to the microphone and be like, "Oh, please turn to page blah 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 blah, Amazing Grace, page 135. Everybody, please stand and sing." And that they have to do the opening announcements. So yeah, that was me, and I was really reluctant to do that though. I was so nervous. I didn't want anyone to know I could sing because that felt like my secret. Like even my parents didn't know like I was a singer. That was something my choir director knew, and to a point where my choir director had to take my parents aside, and she was like, you know she could sing, right?" And they were like, "Really?" Then she's like, "Yeah." To a point now, and there was a point where my voice was so powerful that I would drown out all the other kids in the choir.
Your singing voice is honestly really beautiful. I remember when we were at church together, and like originally, like when we were both sitting at in the regular rows, like what are they called now? The pews. Like you were like you had beautiful singing, but like you're really restrained as you would try not to like sing too loudly. But when we sat up in the choir, you just like went crazy and you unleashed your full voice, and it honestly was so beautiful to listen to.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, it's just something I learned to do, and I learned. It also taught me responsibility. Funny enough, because there was a time where my choir director was leaving to a new church because she found a better, found a better paying job in another church, and she needed someone to lead to direct the choir while she was gone. So I was the choir director for a period of time. Um, but not necessarily the choir director. I was technically the choir director. The organs have this cool thing, and you probably don't know it in a church, but organs can record music. Like, you can play something on the organ and you can press record on an organ and play the music, and it can play back exactly like you played it. So basically I had to lead the entire mass for like many months. It was really cool. And I had to take responsibility for that. And I knew this was something that I was actually really good at. And I enjoyed it. Another time, there was also a period where actually had a job as a singer for funerals and weddings. So basically, the choir director would tell me, "Hey, there's a funeral or a wedding going on. I need you to sing it here." And yeah, I'd show up, and the thing is, funeral homes freaking give out, man. I got paid like $100 for like an hour of singing. That's not an hour straight of singing. That's like 5 songs. Like 5 songs, bam, $100.
Well, funerals are very expensive. Oh, I'm only learning this now with with my grandfather's funeral.
Hmm.
Like bloody hell, it can get very expensive. And the thing is, it's not even like a full funeral. It's like well, all we're having is a cremation, and then I get together.
Yeah.
Like it seems like it's almost as expensive as a wedding.
Oh yeah. Yep. It's part of the cost. There was one wedding, I sang like 2 songs and they gave me $100. Each song that I sang was worth $50. My voice is worth $50 a song.
I
Like, jeez, Lord.
I made 64 quid for giving 5.5 hours of my time.
Yeah. Crazy stuff, man. Jason Voorhees also appeared in the chat. What's up, man? He appeared quite a few minutes ago. He says, "Howdy, Shiny / Eerie. How are my 2 favorite repressed pervs doing today?"
I'm not the repressed one. She's the repressed one.
God bless Jackson. God bless Jackson Voorhees. Jackson Voorhees says, "But can you sing the Shokonoko deer song?" What's the Shokonoko deer song?
You're asking me like I know.
I am gonna copy that. Shokonoko deer song. What the hell is the Shokonoko deer song? Konoko. It looks cringe. I don't know. Jesus Wegisman? What? Deer song from the Hungry Bears tales? I don't know what you're referring to, my man. I would love to know though. Let me read some chats here. Celestial Falcon says Le Pews, the way you said Le Pews. Oh, Snake says, translation, Eerie was overbearing. I think he meant with my voice when I was like overpowering the other kids. Jackson he says, "I always thought Shiny would catch fire if he entered a church."
It really did. I just thought like some of the ways that things were phrased were very like creepy.
Mm-hmm.
So
The what? What was creepy?
the church, the way they went on about certain things,
Oh yeah.
like the idea of like faith, like the idea that if you question anything, that is like you just don't have enough faith. Like, you need to have faith. Just keep listening to it, and just turn to you like, what the fuck are they on about?
Yeah.
That's really uncomfortable to listen to people say. Essentially, paraphrasing, shut the fuck up, stop thinking for yourselves, just listen to us, and because we're totally what you should be listening to. It's like, okay.
Yeah, well, I don't always remember homilies. That's the thing. Because that priest specifically, like when he gets up on the podium, like he's very energetic in the way he delivers. But yeah. Snake says, "Lol, my church's choir director had to move to a different church because he was banging one of the parishioners." Oh my gosh, jeez. Jegs and Vo, he says, "I didn't know you
What's a parishioner?"
A parishioner is just a regular churchgoer.
Oh, I see. And obviously he's not supposed to do that because he's sworn to.
No, it was the choir director. It was like the person leading the choir, not the priest.
I see.
But apparently it was scandalous. Apparently. Jason Vohe says, "I didn't know you resisted going full Phantom of the Opera." Yeah, I could do the Phantom of the Opera. I could also do the Magic Flute. I'd love to go full throttle on stream singing, but like that just sounds kind of. I just feel like that would be kind of kind of hubris of me, I guess. If that's that's not a good word. Kind of. I don't know. It's just something I have confidence in, Shiny says I'm good at it. I've been told I'm good at it. I've gone from not confident at all to confident. There you go.
Character development.
Yeah. Snake says, "I always found that creepy too. I was kicked out of Sunday school because I was asking questions at 8. Rude." Well, yeah. Celestial Falcon says, "Sing a High School Musical song."
Any doubts you ever have about anything that we're saying, that's obviously the devil's work. Whatever you say, man. Whatever you say.
I know that there was like one High School Musical song that was not in the movie, and it was so cursed. It was like the humu humu nuku nuku apple ah.
What?
This is so cursed. So there's a famous fish from Hawaii, and it has the longest name of any. I don't think it's the longest name of any animal, but it's got a long ass name. That they made a song about it. It's called the humu humu nuku nuku apple ah. That's a fish. It's a really dumb looking fish.
Good to
Look
know.
it up. But yeah, I don't remember High School Musical songs. That was something my sister was into, not me. I remember as a kid, I wasn't allowed to watch High School Musical. Because there's real people in it. It's not animated. And there's kissing. Ooh, scandalous. Ooh. So, I was only allowed to watch PBS Kids. And I was only allowed to watch Playhouse Disney. And all of, like, those animated shows. But, jokes on them because I grew up to be an animator, so... yeah. Oh, that's my page.
Animated shows aren't the worst thing to be brought up on.
Yeah, it's not. I actually really respect animated shows. Celestial Falcon says, "Hold up, roll that back. Who legit wasn't allowed to watch High School Musical? Lol. Me, dude. I was not allowed to watch shows with real people in them growing up."
Well, you also weren't allowed to watch Pokemon.
I wasn't allowed to watch Pokemon at one point either. Because...
demonic.
Demonic, yeah. So basically that whole, like, Pokemon are demonic thing came from the fucking evangelical Protestants, like the really extreme evangelical Protestants, and it somehow bled into the Catholic sphere. So as soon as my mother caught wind from some rando Catholic speaker that it might be off kilter and it might be, like, not Christian, she was like, we ain't having this shit. And she just, like, was like, "Oh, I heard this thing, and I heard Pokemon's evil," and like they were just like going off on a random tangent. It was crazy. So yeah, Celestial Falcon says, I was allowed to watch Pokemon, but I wasn't allowed to watch Yu-Gi-Oh! Probably because of the whole, like, Egyptian shit in it. I don't know much about Yu-Gi-Oh! I just know that there was, like, this Eye of Ra symbol in it. And I'm like, any Christian would know, like, Christians are, like, educated on which symbols to be afraid of. Not necessarily if they're actually evil or not, but just symbology freaks Christians the hell out. If they see certain symbols, they're like, "Nah, that's just satanic." But symbols are really just they only have power because of the power we put behind symbols. Like for instance, a stop sign. It has power because we stop at the stop sign. But if you put a stop sign in somewhere where there's no stop signs, like ours, like in Sweden, it has no power because they don't understand the meaning of a red stop sign. So symbols don't have that power, essentially, until it's given power. And that's what I grew up to understand. So Snakes said, I saw Boku no Pico when I was 14. My brother in Christ. What were you into, man?
What's
No. Boku no Pico. I said, my friend said it was, and I quote, badass. I don't trust weaves. Boku no Pico is fucking pedophilia hentai. And everyone was trolling each other to watch it. Into seeing it and saying it was like, oh, this is such a badass anime. It's no, do not watch Boku no Pico. It's only like 3 episodes long and it's about a fucking groomer. Yeah.
Fun.
Celestial Falcon says, no, don't tell Shiny what Boku no Pico is. My boy's innocence.
Anyway, about Yu-Gi-Oh!
About Yu-Gi-Oh! I had a father that thought the yin yangs was a demonic symbol. Brother, I grew up believing that the peace sign was a symbol. You want to know why? Because it's an upside down cross with the arms broken. That's the reasoning. Meanwhile, the irony is, in history, St. Peter was crucified upside down. So you could either see it as demonic, as like inverting the Christian cross, or the cross of St. Peter, which is completely fine. But again, the symbology is the power that you put behind it, and people will associate it with peace, which is nice. But like having it as like a demonic symbol, like oh brother. Celestial Falcon says the thing about Yu-Gi-Oh is that they were called monsters and you summon the monsters. My mom legit made me tear up a Yu-Gi-Oh card I got for my birthday and throw it away. She says it did. She says she didn't. Liar. Oh gosh. I remember growing up, my brother, he wanted a Star Wars action figure, and it was the Darth Maul. Do you know what the Darth Maul looks like?
Looks with horns on his head,
Yeah.
dark skinned with red paint on his face.
Yeah. So of course my super Catholic mother takes a look at this character and she's like, what do you think she thought it looked like? Take a wild fucking guess.
An angel.
An
angel.
Like, this is the devil. And she told my brother, like, would you want if you wouldn't put a photo of your parents' murderer on your wall, you wouldn't put the symbol of the ultimate evil on your wall, or have an action figure of him, would you? My gosh, God.
I don't know. It depends if I could stab that action figure. Like, if it's my parents' murderer, I could just like do terrible things to that action figure. I could put that poster up to motivate me. So I memorize that guy's face, so when I see him again, I can murder him brutally.
Yep. Jackson Vo, he says, Maul looks like a space lesbian from The Acolyte. Good gracious. He also says, if we stretch enough a swastika, it is a twisted cross. I bet someone made that connection, when in reality it's a fucking Buddhist symbol that Hitler really liked for some reason. Ah, man. So yeah, Christians, like really hardcore Christians, there are two things that really hardcore Christians are really into. That is symbology and the demonic. So like they love swapping like stories of demons and shit. And just like growing up, there was an exorcist I used to swear by, because I was like, this guy, he's legit. He talks to demons, you know. But then as I got older, I'm like, wait a minute, there's a lot of things that he's saying that's not Christian legit. That's not Christian that he's saying. That stuff he's saying, that doesn't
That's
pass the
not in the
sniff test.
Bible.
That's not in the Bible, dude. Something tells me, you're talking to demons a little too often, and they're definitely known. Demons are definitely known for their truthfulness. Am I right, guys? Demons are known. They call Satan the father of telling the truth, right? Ah, Jegs and Vohies,
The
do we love?
I was going to finally talk about Yu-Gi-Oh. There's only 2 Yu-Gi-Oh series I've seen, which is GX and I think it's 5D's, the one with motorcycles.
Mm-hmm.
All the motorbikes that they do their cool fights on.
It's the heart of the cards, Yugi. Get to the heart of the cards.
But yeah, I've told you this before, but for Yu-Gi-Oh 5D on CITV they had this advert for it, which used the bonkers thing. And whenever I hear bonkers, I always think of the Yu-Gi-Oh 5D trailer where it's like, some people think I'm bonkers, but I just think I'm free. I'm just living my life. There's nothing crazy about me. Some people pay for thrills, but I get mine for free. And I just can't stop thinking about it whenever I hear it.
Oh, it's such a British song. You had me listen to it once, and I'm like, yep, that sounds like something you were from.
I'm surprised it's like a specifically British song because it's so like unilateral over here. Like
Yeah.
everyone's heard it.
I've never heard it in my life.
Then again, you're probably just really insular.
It could be. Jegs and Vohies. He asked,
like,
do we
there
love
are so
her?
many films that you've never seen. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of stuff I've never seen. Jegs and Vohi has asked, do we love or hate Wendigoon on this channel? Wendigoon is like one of the most wholesome boys I've ever seen on YouTube. I love the guy. Like, he's so fun.
I hate Wendigos. They're creepy and weird, and I want to kill them all.
Wendigoon is a YouTube channel. A Wendigo is a monster. Wendigoon, let me tell you, there'll be times where I'm like doing work and I'm listening to Wendigoon and just having the time of my life, because Wendigoon, he's such a wholesome guy for a horror YouTuber. Amazing. I don't know how he does it. But yeah, wholesome boy. We love the guy. Hell yeah. Jex also reminds me of that one time on stream where he accidentally he was live streaming and he didn't realize he was like pressing. I think something was going on with his Streamlabs, and he was just ended up breathing heavily into the microphone for like 10 seconds, and it was really funny. And it got clipped everywhere. It was so random. I was just randomly thinking about that. Sorry. Jacksonville, he says there's a pretty good ARG series called Angel Hair, about a being that may or may not be a demon who's protecting a child. Worth checking out. ARG series, alternate reality game.
B-movie.
That sounds creepy. I would love to see that.
B-movie.
B-movie. The ARG, the time where a woman gets on with a bee. Jackson Vo, he says, I have to ask these things after the Melanie Mac debacle.
Wait, what?
So was it what Melanie Mac debacle are you referring to? Was it something that happened on Twitter, or the time that I had a mental aneurysm on stream talking about Melanie Mac? You gotta be more specific, Jackson. fucking Melanie Mac, I hate that bitch.
That's such an annoying voice. Like, not only is like every single word that comes out of her mouth a logical fallacy, but also her voice just grates on me something fierce.
It does. I think she's just terrible Christian representation. Like, she's one of those people that someone who's against Christianity would point to and be like, this is what you're like, and you're just like, no. Oh man. Jackson Bo, he says he's referring to the aneurysm after someone brought her up in passing. Yeah, I remember we were he says you unloaded with all 4 barrels. I did. I just came out my face with her. Oh, fucking Melanie Mac. It's just like I will just be sometimes, I'm imagining you probably think of me like I'll just be quietly like going around my kitchen trying to find breakfast after after sleeping and just being grumpy, and I'm just like that fucking bitch Melanie Mac. Like
It's her fault that my
Melanie.
it's her fault that my Weetabix is too dry today.
one of my socks in the dryer was missing. Fucking Melanie Mac, that bitch! How could she do this to me? Oh, Snake says, but she's hot. Brother, don't stick your dick in crazy, dude. It ain't worth it. Oh my gosh.
Can't fix her.
You can't fix her. You can't fix her, my boy. Oh, Snake says, Melanie also looks perpetually perplexed, like she's constantly confused. Brother, you have a thing for perpetually confused girls. I would get that checked out, my son. I would see a therapist. Oh my gosh. Celestial Falcon says instead of Dinkelberg, it's Melanie Mac. Oh my gosh. Fucking I'm so
was it
so
Melanie
upset.
Mac that made those comments about atheists that were really perplexing?
Yes, and she was also the one that
how
saw...
do atheists have morals?
How do atheists have morals? Question mark. Do you just... How do you fight the urge to go murdering and raping everybody? This is like... This bitch. Also, what really got me
The audacity of this bitch.
What really got me angry was when someone posted a Barbie promo, and it was like a giant VR thing where a giant Barbie was coming out of a box. And she's like, "This is how the Antichrist is coming," and everyone in the fucking comments were like, "Amen, sister. I rebuke the evil in this post," and it was just like, "Oh my gosh, girl, what the fuck? No, what the?" And then there was Diablo 5 was coming out, and so the people that were making Diablo 5 made a giant puppet of like one of the the hot demon women, and it was ginormous. And she's like, "The demons, they're here, everybody!" And you know what? At this point, I'm not sure if she actually believes these things that she's saying, or if she's just trolling everybody.
Didn't she
like
get onto
trying
the
to
whole
be...
remember when there was the phone, the national test of the phone emergency system?
I'm sorry?
And do you remember? Okay, it was literally like I think it was last year, or maybe early this year, and the whole country of America was testing the phone emergency system, where it would send a warning. And I remember you're on this with your whole family, like putting their phones in fucking microwaves and shit, and because they all swore that something was gonna happen.
I remember. I remember.
Didn't she also get on that?
Yes.
I remember. I don't know if it was her. It might have been. But I just remember one post that just made me fucking facepalm, where they're like, "Begging you, if you've never believed me, you've gotta save yourself. You've got to put your phone, turn your phone off, please. Just save yourself."
I gotta know, does she actually believe these things, or am I just stupid because she's pretending to be tarded on the internet? Like, I don't know. Because like I
never attribute to malice what could be attributed to being a fucking idiot.
I don't know. That's the thing. Because I don't know if she's like pretending to be tarded just to be like, haha, like look at these idiots that think Christians really think this way, kind of thing, or if like she actually does think this way, and like she's actually dumb. Like I don't know.
I would go with the dumb.
Celestial Falcon says The Lion, the Witch, and the audacity of this Melanie Mac bitch. Oh my gosh. Grifton's one hell of a game. Celestial Falcon says I'm in the camp that she actually does think this way. I will say she is friends with Short Fat Otaku, and you know what? I like Short Fat Otaku. So I don't know if like
I'm not sure how, because
I don't
like,
know how. I don't know how. You'd think they'd be so diametrically opposed, but like it could just be that she's trolling. She could be trolling. She could be trolling, and it's driving me insane. Because the reason why it's driving me insane is because I actually know people who like think the way that she does, but like unironically, and like I'm seeing like this person that looks about my age act this way. I'm like fighting. It feels like I'm facing myself and just like fighting my old self. Just like you're deluded. What's going on? Jason Voorhees says SFO is the friendliest commie I've seen in a while. He's not a fucking commie. He's not a commie, dude. He's a centrist. Short Fat Otaku, I really like how he takes things on a case by case basis, and he really weighs out he really weighs out his decisions before he actually makes them. I respect him for that. And that's why I really love listening to him. Celestial Falcon says she could be trolling. She really could be. But honestly, I get the feeling that she's on the other side of the coin of terminally online. Could be. It could be. Jackson Voorhees says Eerie is almost 30. She's still a baby. Oh, I can't tell, dude. She wears like a ton of makeup.
You're age blind.
I am. Someone's gonna take that out of context. Oh goodness. Jason Voorhees' Destiny seems pretty neat for a commie. Destiny, I don't know what his deal is. I don't know.
I don't know anything about Destiny.
Me neither. But I do. From what I hear, he's distanced himself from the progressivist movement because he's basically said that the purity spiral has gotten so bad that he just cannot identify with it anymore. Anyway, I hope his girlfriend that's banging the other dude is doing well. He's very progressive.
Oh, that was him, wasn't it? Yes, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, that was him.
Oof.
Alex Halo says, except when it comes to Pikami, then SFO becomes stupid. She came back, dude. Like, I don't know. I don't know about the whole Pikami situation. I wasn't a fan of. I was never like a follower of Pikami, so I don't know much about Pikami and that whole drama. All I know is that allegedly, she played. So according to what I understand, she played that one Harry Potter game. What was it called?
Hogwarts Legacy.
Yes, she played Hogwarts Legacy. She got lambasted for it online, and then suddenly she's like, "Oh, I'm leaving. I'm leaving the online space of being a VTuber." And then she disappeared. And there were people who were like, "Oh, it's because she was bullied off the platform." And then she comes back later on, and she's got like a new avatar, and she's working for like new Hololive. I don't think it was Hololive, like new VTuber people. And I think it might have been a legitimate rebranding rather than her being bullied off the platform. I don't know. I don't know too much about it, but SFO is basically like, you know, everyone canceled her and she backed down, and that was her thing. But she didn't. I don't know if she really backed down or not. But anyway, yeah. Anybody who brings me like VTuber discourse, I am not versed in VTuber discourse. All I know is that like the Hololive people and the people that give people like these avatars and characters and stuff like that, they can be really predatory. But the thing is, they have you sign an NDA, so you can't say shit about it, and you can't leave early either. Meanwhile, they'll cut you off if you just do the wrong thing, which is shitty. So you know what? I ain't gonna fuck with it. Thank you very much. So yeah, but yeah, Short Fat Otaku, he's a chill dude. I respect the guy. Because
I'm
I
more
think,
of a laser pig enjoying myself.
hell yeah, laser pig. I'm hearing your notes.
I'm here, you're not. I don't know
Uh,
why I made it more American there. I'm here, you're not. Yeah,
I
why
have,
do
yeah.
I keep making him American when I do his voice?
I've never heard a person that sounded so violently middle-aged in my life before I heard Laser Pig. He's so middle-aged. I don't know, just his voice. You can hear it. Just
He's so fat and middle-aged.
imagine what a fat middle-aged Scottish guy sounds like. You basically got it. You basically got it. Oh, Snake says Erie talks too much like a normal woman, but I can stand her constant talking. Is that a me or a her problem? It's my voice, isn't it, oh Snakes?
You're gonna get him too excited again.
Ah.
You see,
guess
I don't mind showing your voice off because it just means everyone else gets jealous of me.
Uh-huh. I mean, I like your voice. I really like your voice. When you're around, I got a free ASMR
Oh
thing,
yeah,
and it was, like, real nice. Hell yeah.
that comedian that we talked to, and she was like, it's like, oh, the accent.
Oh yeah, we went to a comedy show while Shiny was here, and you know, we at the end we just kind of at the end thanked the comedians for, like, you know, doing a good job.
She said, "Oh, I didn't really get a lot of the jokes because they were like very American cultural, and I'm like, I don't know what like what was it, a Red Lobster? I don't know what Red Lobster is." They're
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
oh, haha, the joke that Red Lobster's no longer around. I didn't know Red Lobster was in the first place, so I didn't get the joke.
yeah.
And so I went over and I said, sorry, I didn't get most of the jokes, but you know, like, thank you very much for the night. And she said, where are you from? And I said, England. And then he said, oh, the original oppressors. And we had a good laugh about that. We oppressed the people that oppressed you. Woohoo! Oh yeah, she was black.
Yeah, she's a black woman.
And she was. I thought it was funny that, like, I genuinely just think she's got a bit of a thing for white men, considering her husband's also white.
Oh yeah, she was joking about her husband also being white. Yeah, about being in a mixed race relationship. Yeah, she was also super drunk.
I was drunk.
Yeah, you were both drunk. And meanwhile, she was like, "Y'all gotta have like a bunch of beautiful babies.
Have some donuts.
Just go home and just have a bunch of beautiful babies." That's basically what she said.
Yeah.
Oh, that was amazing.
And she also gave us some donuts.
She did. She gave us free donuts. That was really sweet of her. Yeah.
You're a very nice woman. Yeah, but she also was like, oh my god, the voice is amazing.
Yeah. She was simping. She's like, I'm so jealous. And I'm like, that's on you, girl. I got him. He's mine. Oh my gosh. Jason Voorhees says Erie has the voice of a 90s 1-800 call number. Oh my gosh. You know what? I like to watch Jay Longbone's video with Mahler when they're reading Gotham High, and she has to play the Selena Kyle, the Latina who's like in the trailer. She sounds like a fucking sex hotline. So she had to. I'm like, oh, I should have been there. I would have done the voice. I would have been Selena Kyle. That girl next door, Selena Kyle, Bruce Banner, and what was the Joker's name again? I forgot.
Jack.
Oh yeah, Jack something. Jack.
Fucking Clone High.
I forgot.
No, not Clone High. It's Gotham High.
A triangle is a perfect shape. Oh my gosh. Jackson Bo, he says, how much to have Erie sing happy birthday like Marilyn Monroe? That is very popular, isn't it? I remember you had me sing the happy birthday in the Marilyn Monroe thing.
I
That
think,
was
yeah,
fun.
you're right. I did. I loved that. Oh my goodness.
Oh my
Oh
gosh.
yeah, I've noticed that because you keep lambasting me for saying the Lord's name in vain. I've say goodness a lot more now.
Now you sound more British.
You just
You're
made me
welcome.
sound more British. I had the same thing as well with my ex, where like for some reason she had this big thing against the word fucking, so I wasn't allowed to say fuck. So I had to
Your
like
last
be
girlfriend, you mean?
yeah, my last girlfriend, and I had to
Oh,
be very creative.
interesting.
So like instead of saying fucking hell, or say bloody hell, and it just makes me sound more British.
We're helping you lean into your nationality. You're welcome. Uh Jackson Voorhees says now we just need to get Shiny to drink tea with his pinky up. Oh goodness. Oh Snake says he's an agnostic Methodist. Is that possible? And he still says the Lord's name in vain in different forms. What I mean, it's not blasphemy. I still count it as blasphemy. I don't want to chance it. I don't know why. In the back of my mind, I'm like, if I say the Lord's name in vain just once, he's gonna make me pay. But that's just a superstition of mine. But I still have the respect of like,
God's like,
let's
you
respect God.
dare, you
You
dare.
dare? You dare? How are you an agnostic Methodist, dude? Like, that's like saying I'm a vegan that eats meat. I'm a casual vegan meat enjoyer.
I'm not quite sure there's a God or not, but if there is, I'm Methodist.
You're playing all the cards from Pascal's Wager, dude.
I remember in Hyperdrive, you were like laughing your ass off at the agnostic jokes.
I was. Cause I got the joke. It was hilarious. It was funny, man. Cause they were singing like they made agnosticism into a church. And it was funny because it's like, oh, religion is fading into such obscurity that like they could only worship the faint idea that maybe there's a God. And I just thought that was fucking hilarious. Jackson Vo, he says, I am a vegetarian. I only eat other vegetarians. CLS says, Shiny, you will love the Acolyte. I highly doubt it, CLS. I highly doubt it. Nobody
I've got
loves
other
the
things to
Acolyte.
watch.
Of all the things to love.
Like
Celestial
living.
Falcon says, baked. Base vegetarian enjoyer. Oh my gosh. You know what's funny? The fucking carnivore diet, dude. Have you ever heard of the carnivore diet?
I'm aware of it, yeah. 'Cause I know that John Peterson tried it for a while and then went into a coma, and then his
I don't think
daughter
his
who
coma was
slept.
caused by that.
Then his daughter who totally didn't sleep with Andrew Tate and cheated on her husband.
Yeah, she started peddling it.
Yeah,
It's like,
started
oh my
going
gosh,
on
it
how
cleared
it's the best thing in the world.
skin. It cured my cancer. It made my husband love me more. You know, it's just, it's just
And then she got a divorce.
oh man, I miss Jordan Peterson back when he was sane.
And your skin's full of frogs.
Your skin's full of frogs, and you need to rescue your father in the belly of the whale. CLS said, bro, last time you streamed, it was that Klaus movie. We're glad to see you back on the grind. Klaus?
What?
Oh, you? Huh? Brother, what? You gotta be more specific. Klaus movie? Did you stream with somebody? Did you stream with like Sheev and all his friends with Klaus and
No,
all that? No.
I don't remember.
I don't know, man.
Possibly, I don't know.
Klaus was such a great movie, dude. It was so wholesome.
I'm thankful you introduced me to it.
Yeah, it was so great.
I have a faint memory that I introduced Klaus to Sheev. I don't think we watched it on stream though.
Mm. Jags and Vo, he says, isn't it strange that humans are the only creature that has a negative side effect from cannibalism? I didn't know that. But if you're starving, you better be stronger.
Please don't eat me. Or if you're gonna eat me in the fun way.
Steak. Meat. CLS said, you did a stream about it a while ago. Let me go find it. Oh, was it when we were were we talking about it during one stream?
I don't know.
Maybe we were at one point. But we've been streaming, bruh. We just haven't streamed a month straight so far because he was visiting over here.
First I was in Scotland, and then I came. What? I moved back home, and then I was in Scotland a day after, and then a day after I came back from Scotland, I was flying to America, and then I spent 2 weeks in America.
And then you graduated, and then you had
and then I came back.
Then you had a project. Yeah.
Busy bee.
Busy.
Oh yeah, I had to go to London as well for 2 days.
Yeah.
So weird using the tube. It's interesting seeing the Elizabeth line though, the new one. So big, so modern, and then you see the old. Then you go on the Northern line, and it's a bit shit.
CLS says, yeah, I thought it was just about that movie, lol. I guess I should have stayed for the entire stream, sorry. That's okay, bruh. Maybe we glossed over it at one point in the stream, and then we just went on to other stuff. Maybe. I don't know. So, Jackson Vohe says, I did not like the Klaus movie. I thought the magic bit at the end didn't match the rest of the movie.
Oh, I'm kind of with you there.
I disagree. I
think it would have been so much nicer, the idea of a generational Santa. The idea that Klaus would give it. Who's the protagonist's name again? I can't remember.
His name was Jasper.
Jasper. I think it would have been much nicer if he handed the mantle down to Jasper, and then he became Klaus.
Yeah, but he's not the jolly boy that Klaus is. But and besides, if kids are watching the movie and they still believe in Santa, they'll be like, "Oh, that's Santa."
No, but then they'll think, "Oh, but Santa's real." But it's like a generational thing where they give it to the next one, or make him eternal, eternal being.
Maybe. I could kind of see from your point of view.
I genuinely think the movie sets up the perfect opportunity for it to be a generational thing with the way that Klaus and what's his face are.
I could see it from your point of view. I still disagree.
I have to say, Jasper's girlfriend is hot.
Jasper's girlfriend is hot. She is a feisty white woman, right?
Yes.
It's always either a feminine brown woman or a tomboy / feisty /
Stop calling me out like this.
/ sporty white woman. All the time. There's a pattern with you.
I can do what I want. It's a free country.
Not your country, it ain't. Only in my country are you free. Alex Halo says, then Shiny stole Erie's account while she was streaming with LD. Yeah, we were on the same mic. We were together. It was really nice. Celestial's Falcon says, my boy Shiny has a type. Get off his back.
You have my back, woman.
I love a woman that could just kick my ass. That would just kill me.
The watermelon in the thighs, love the carnage.
CLS says, "Wow, I can't believe I got the stream talking about a Christmas movie in June." I feel you, man. And Celestial Falcon says, "Same." Oh, my brothers in Christ. My brothers in Christ.
Christ in your brothers?
Christ in my brothers.
It's kind of weird for Christ to be in your brothers. I think he should be on some kind of watch list.
There's a joke in Christianity where if a Christian girl like lets down a Christian guy, he got brother in Christ zoned. Meanwhile, I just say brother in Christ to be like my brother. You know, there was a meme where some Christian church they took a meme and it had my N-word and they rubbed it out and they wrote my brother in Christ. And that and I always say it like that. Like now that's the context I say it.
Kids, the Christian truth. And you want to reach those kids in the street, you gotta rap to a hip-hop beat.
Yeah.
I gave my sermon an urban kick. My rhymes are fly, my beats are sick. My crew is big and it keeps getting bigger. That's because Jesus Christ is
my N-word.
Sorry, keep going.
Is my ninja. But yeah, I say that's the context I say it. That's the Christian N-word, my brother in Christ. My brother in Christ, what are you doing?
Only a Christian can call another Christian.
My brother in Christ. Jackson Vo, he says, hell, most of Santa's legends were created by Jasper. That's true. That is a great movie. Ah, man. You should see, I want y'all to look up Spa Studios, what was it? The Annie nomination. No, Oscar nomination. No. It was some kind of nomination. And you could tell that the animated, I think it was the Annie Awards. I could be wrong. Anyway, they were choosing the animated shows that were nominated for this category. And they knew that someone else got like the foreign nomination, and then their name, they were like, oh, we're not gonna get it. And then they hear the name Klaus, and then just the whole entire production room just erupts in cheers and crying. I would give anything to be there, man. I would love that.
Well, first you need an animation show reel.
Yep. Oh, man. I'm stuck between that. I want you to follow your dream, Shiny. I want you to be the virtual effects, guy. I want you to be the virtual effects.
Visual effects.
You're the guy.
You keep saying virtual effects.
Do I? Oh
yeah, you keep saying virtual effects.
Visual effects. I want you to be.
I didn't
the visual effects guy.
I didn't get a master's in visual effects. We called it virtual effects.
Virtual effects.
Virtual effects.
Oh my gosh, yeah. So you are gonna be the visual effects guy, and I want you to follow that dream. Meanwhile, I can't really afford to pursue that dream at this point, but I want you to follow it, and I want to come on the boat eventually. I've always wanted to be
Raising
an animator. What?
Raising.
Raising?
Raising.
What do you mean?
Never mind.
Raising? I don't understand.
Phrasing.
Oh, phrasing.
The way that you phrased that sounded a bit wrong.
Oh, what did I say?
You said, come on the boat.
Oh, of course. That's what you hear. Okay. Jackson Bow, he says, keep Eerie off my boat, Shiny. Oh, no. Oh, my gosh. CLS says, I just realized you guys are streaming at the exact same time. The presidential debate is live. Lol, this was planned. No, it wasn't. Presidential debate. There's no way that Joe Biden is debating Donald Trump right now. There's no way. This is not
Actually,
going to
what's
get
funny?
me to
I
death by
can't
tomorrow
remember if it was
morning.
today or yesterday. We're also having our general election. Huh, that's kind of
Really?
funny. Yeah, we're having. I put my vote through.
Oh, that's cool.
Do you remember? I showed you the ballot. I didn't. Well, not with my vote on it, but I showed you the ballot, like voting time.
Oh, was that today?
I think the election. Well, I posted my ballot because I've got posting rather than actually go there because I can't be bothered to go get off my fucking ass. But yeah, so I posted my vote in, and what was it? Oh yeah, I think it was the debate that I overheard today because I overheard downstairs, or maybe it was yesterday that I overheard it.
Mm-hmm.
Oof.
So yeah, who did you vote for, Shiny?
I'm really
Did you
ashamed
vote for
of.
the bin man?
I'm really
Go ahead.
ashamed of who I voted for.
Oh, okay, so you don't have to say it.
I voted for Green Party.
You voted Green?
Yeah.
You voted for Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez?
The thing is,
How
I
dare
don't. I
you?
don't even like. I don't even like Green Party. That's the funny thing.
Why? Then why'd you vote for them?
Because like, what were the other fucking options? Like, oh, I can vote Labour, which is like budget conservative. Oh, wonderful for me. Or I can vote the people who've been fucking up the country and I fucking despise. Like what? Or I can vote Reform Party. It's like, no, go fuck yourself, Farage. And what? Whoever got other than that, I would vote Monster or even Looney Party, but they don't. They're not going in my my area.
Yeah. Celestial Falcon said he voted for Greg's, my man. Lol. Oh gosh. Jackson vote, he says, I don't even care about the election this year. It's too much of a hassle, annoyance, and stress. Yeah, I'm not in the mood for fucking
I
like
just want the Conservatives gone. I just want them gone. I just don't want them anymore. I've always wanted them gone, but I want them gone more than ever now. I just want them to fuck off.
the British conservatives or the American conservatives.
The British Conservatives. I fucking hate the Conservative Party. Oh yeah, I had the option of Labour, Yorkshire Party, Conservatives, Liberal Democrats, Green Party, and Reform Party. So Labour Party, yeah, can go fuck themselves. Yorkshire Party, they're kind of a bit dumb. They're the people who are like they're the Yorkshire independence movement, in which, if you don't know anything about them, they basically want their own parliament and to be separate from the rest of the United Kingdom.
Okay.
Which, yeah. And there's obviously the Conservatives, which are obviously going to die this year. Everyone's predicting it. Even their own MPs are jumping ship from them. Liberal Democrats, don't know. I actually don't follow the Liberal Democrats enough. The Green Party and Reform. So the least worst option I saw out of those, was it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Out of those 6 was Green Party. I just want someone who nationalised the fucking railway network, because the way that they've privatised it is a shit show and a half, and I hate it. The tax does all the upkeeps. Meanwhile, the private businesses keep all the benefits. Is that you fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
That's retarded. If they're operating the rail network and they're getting the benefits of the rail, the profits from the rail network, they should be fucking paying for the repair of the network. Why the fuck are my taxes paying for it? Fuck off. Not to mention is that they're always fucking late.
I think your country is trying to lower the voting age to like 16. Is that true?
I know of movements to do that. I don't think it actually happened.
I remember someone memed the hell out of that by being like, "Hey boys, I want you to vote for me," and she just flashes everybody, "Vote for me and you'll have my OnlyFans for free."
Huh? It was Russell Howard. It was a skit that he did if 16-year-olds could vote, and it was like, "Hey boys, vote for me and I'll show you my tits."
Yeah. Jegs and Vohes has a big question for you, Shiny. Very big question. It's a very important question. What did you think of the Doctor Who finale?
I haven't seen it.
Okay. Jegs and Vohes also says if there's no good option, Shiny, you could always go full Guy Fawkes. You could.
That is tempting.
Blow up Parliament.
Don't
Become
tempt me, Frodo.
CLS says update on the debate. Trump is rambling yet making sense, and Biden looks like he's holding in a big fart. FYI, I don't like either just talking. Oh my gosh. I'm not in the mood for this. I don't want a repeat of the last 4 years, and I don't want a repeat from 2016 to 2018 where we were dunking on the SJWs and looking stupid doing it. That was fun at the time when I was very dumb, but now that I'm smarter and older, it's cringe. We're gonna dunk on the SJWs. Although I would like to, I'm curious on like what a second Donald Trump United States would look like. I'm just curious. Then again, I'm not in the mood for this debacle anymore. I'm sick of fucking politics, dude. Because if Donald Trump were to come back, then the left wing is going to be stupid again. Because I realize that depending on who's in power, the opposite party will go full monkey mode. If that makes sense. Does that make sense, Shiny?
Yeah, like they'll go fucking nuts. Like they'll say, "Oh, the election was rigged." Blah blah blah. No matter who wins.
Right. Exactly.
I made this exact point in the last election. It's like no matter who wins, they're gonna cry foul.
They're gonna cry like, "Oh, it was the Russians. Oh, the election was stolen. Oh, this. Oh, that." They're gonna do it. It's not gonna get fixed. They're gonna do that. Jackson Vote, he says, how is Trump even eligible with all the legal crap he's been going through? I don't fucking know, dude. That man's loaded. He can buy his way out if he wanted. Like, he can commit every single crime in the book, and he could buy his way out.
All that Fox News your family had on TV.
Oh, yeah. I remember. My grandma has this ritual of like watching EWTN every morning, the Catholic channel on TV every morning, and then watching Fox News throughout the day. That's her thing. That's what she does. And and I remember the look on your face when they pulled out the kid's guide to Donald Trump. On fucking Fox News. It was just, you were so befuddled when you saw that. You should get the kid's guide to Donald Trump.
Goodness me.
Oh my gosh.
It's okay when we politicize our kids.
Celestial Falcon is having an aneurysm. What does that even mean? The Kid's Guide to what? Yeah, the Kid's Guide to Donald Trump. You can buy it to educate your kids on Donald Trump and his plans to make America great again.
In case you need to do that for some reason. Because kids really need education on Donald Trump right now.
You looked so befuddled when you saw that.
Well, because everything I'd heard over bloody ages was like, hey, we need to like stop politicizing kids.
Yes.
Right? It was like everything for ages has been, that these people are trying to, make our kids political. We need to stop this. This is bad. We need to let kids be kids. And then it's like, Kid's Guide to Donald Trump. It's like, wait, no, what?
Let's do the exact opposite of what we just said. It's like fascism. It's only cool when we do it.
Well, no one's gonna get that reference.
No one is going to get that reference. No one's going to get that reference. The reference is so cursed because it's an actual textbook I had when I was homeschooled, and it basically it was the textbook was called Christ the King of History or something like that. And in the textbook on fascism, it says fascism is neither good nor evil. And then it goes on to be like, there were many
Dictatorial
Christian fascist dictators that
powers.
were actually really cool. Like this guy who like led his army to death for the sake of Catholicism. But it can also be really bad. Like when this guy did it, and that was bad. Moving on. So they basically went, fascism is only cool when we do it. It's based when we do it.
Not to mention, it's confusing fascism with like dictatorial power, which is not, for A, not the same thing, and B, it's like dictatorial power. It's not a good thing. Okay, yes, we really need one person in control of everything. Why should we ever try to decentralize our system to remove the potential for abuse?
Yeah. So they were basically like, it's based when we do it and cringe when you do it. And if it's Christian, it's based. If it's not Christian, it's not based. And it was just so befuddling to see that. And it was my sister that pointed it out too. She's like, look what was in my textbook. And she showed me and I'm like, oh my gosh. This was my textbook too. So not only did they define fascism wrong, they were just like, it's neither good nor evil. What the hell? CLS says
why it's actually good.
So now our internal joke is it's only cool if we do it like fascism. Like fascism is only cool when we do it. So we say that all the time in reference to that. CLS says you can guide your children to the correct politics by letting them watch Home Alone 2. Like as far as like the Kids Guide to Donald Trump and all that. Because Donald Trump is in Home Alone 2. That's the joke.
I forgot about that.
He guided this poor child through the mall and he saved the day.
I thought it was the hotel.
Oh, the hotel. Yeah, it was the hotel. And he saved the day. Jegs and Vohe says, Shiny, what's your preference on Catholic school outfits? Knee highs or thigh highs?
Thigh highs.
That was a very fast answer. I could see that in anime logic, but in real life logic, I'm like, yeah. Celestial Falcon says, politics have really rotted my brain. I'm at just the point where I choose the least bad seeming option, vote, and then just watch the government continue to be stupid. Yes. Celestial Falcon says it was the hotel because it was Trump's hotel. Okay. CLS said, dang it, I brought Christmas up again. Sorry. Everyone is like Shiny base for thigh high gang. Oh my gosh. So yeah.
Every time I hear the word thigh highs now, I think of the meme of the Goblin Queen from X-Men 97.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I'm wearing thigh highs.
Celestial Falcon says, I might be biased though. My girlfriend does thigh highs and oh mama, clears throat anyways. I will not tolerate being horny on main, Celestial Falcon. That's strike one.
That's the woman that said balls on her face on live stream.
All right. You be quiet. I did say that, but it was in reference to bolognese. So I was like, balls on my face.
Why'd you keep saying it that way? There's no ball in it.
Oh, because you were
Bolognese.
making fun of the way I said bolognese. Or
Bolognese. It's not
Bolognese.
bolognese, it's bolognese.
Yeah, I know. And then I was like, oh, bolognese, balls on my face. Balls on my face.
That's what makes it okay. Apparently. That okay. That makes it okay then.
Balls on my face. Bolognese.
And you being horny on main with Optimus Prime.
Oh, we don't talk about that. Don't talk about that. Optimus Prime is daddy, okay? He is a DILF, and I am tired of pretending he's not. Okay? Optimus Prime.
You're beating off Jack's mum with a stick to get to Optimus Prime.
Oh my gosh. Eerie, the Japanese made word for the area between the thigh high and the skirt is called absolute territory. Oh my gosh. Speaking of Goblin Queen, says Jegson Voorhees, now there's a Jean Grey for both Logan and Cyclops. Why is the short Canadian not capitalizing on that? Y'all are killing me. Oh my gosh. Jackson Bohe says, for the longest time I thought D and DILF stood for daughter. Can you not? Can you not, Jackson Voorhees? No! We don't talk about my thing for Optimus Prime, okay? That's between us, got it?
That's between you and Optimus.
That's Jack's mom really, really understands me. At the same time, she's competition.
And she wore heels and everything.
Here's the thing about Optimus Prime. You wanna know my thing about Optimus Prime? I'll tell you
Okay.
about Optimus Prime. When his voice, first of all, he's this big hunkin' lump of metal, and he's a truck. He's a truck, but when he speaks, he talks like there will be explosions going on around him, Michael Bay mode, right? He's like getting off of Cybertron and all that stuff. But when he says literally anything, you feel like everything's gonna be okay, no matter what. Your limbs could have all fallen off, but as soon as Optimus Prime opens his mouth, you're like, yo, everything's gonna be okay. He's gentle like that. He's strong enough to be gentle. That's what he is. He's gentle.
Okay, well, since we're on talking about Transformers, I do have to admit, I know she's a robot, but if RC was a human, she'd be pretty hot. I'm just saying.
Brother, you'd be flattened.
RC
She
does
would
have a nice
flatten you.
voice. It would be worth it.
Celestial Falcon says, Eerie, I'm begging you to stop while you're behind.
I could ride RC all day. She's a motorbike.
My lord, man, you're just gonna come out and say it like that.
She's a motorbike.
Y'all. No, Jackson! Eerie, we don't talk about Optimus. Also, Eerie, let me tell you about my truck daddy's oil smooth voice. Y'all gotta stop. Y'all are too much. Y'all are too much. Oh my gosh. Optimus Prime, okay.
Oh wait, RC's a tomboy. Oh no!
Yes! RC is the tomboy. Tomboy white woman. Tomboy metal woman. Jackson Voki says, I have a sexy model kit of RC. Brother, now we're getting a little too far.
I need to Google search this.
I hope you cleared your house out of all jars, man.
Oh
For your
god!
own
Oh no! Oh no!
For your own sake, man. I hope you do completely normal human rational things with that model. Okay? I hope. I pray.
Why do you have to bring up fucking pony jars?
I was the one who told you about that too. You
I
didn't
know,
about that
you
until I
broke my innocence.
noticed.
Because it was brought up on an Internet Historian video we were watching with JonTron.
Yeah.
And I was like,
Yeah, that's
what's
right.
it? Because like someone asked either JonTron or Internet Historian asked what a pony jar was, and like the video just moves on. I'm like, wait, what's a pony jar? And you're like, you don't want to know. It's okay, and then you just fucking tell me anyway.
And I showed you. Yep. Yep.
Oh, that's fucking disgusting.
Jackson Vogue, he says you could change her spark plug shiny. What's a spark plug?
It's as far as I'm aware of, in terms of engine stuff, it's what makes so when the piston compresses, it sparks the petrol in the engine. I could be wrong on that, but I think that's what it is.
Celestial Falcon says Transformers Prime RC is just peak RC TBH. You know what?
Yeah, they should go back to that.
I actually do like the Transformers Prime RC. The pink ones, they're not really that great. Meanwhile, and they turn into like trucks and cars and stuff. Meanwhile, a Transformer that could turn into a motorbike is so different and so cool. Yeah, I can get behind that. That's a cool design choice. Jackson Voorhees, what's a spark plug? Spoken like a true woman. Y'all doing too much. Y'all too much.
Again, I'm just saying I could ride RC all day. Because
like
she's
Jack
a bike.
In every episode.
Yeah, I'm just writing that down. Transformers, Fury, whatever, RC. Just write it down. I'm not doing anything.
Just making a note.
Yeah, just a mental note. It's research.
I see.
Transformers.
Yeah. Celestial Falcon says depends on how much energon you give her. A shiny, lol.
Oh my god, why is this gone in this direction?
Y'all too much.
No. Why is this?
All the boys simp for RC, and all the girls we simp for Optimus. Is that a crime?
Oh, it's the RC from thingy. It's not the RC from
Prime.
Yeah, it's not the RC from Prime. No. Disappointed.
Oh man.
Look, the RC from Bumblebee, I do kind of like her design. Not as in like a sexy way. Just I think out of all the RC designs, that's probably what I'd say second is to Prime.
You could appreciate the design choices.
Yes.
I liked Bumblebee too. Like Bumblebee, I always saw him as like an adorable character. Like he can't speak. He just can't talk.
Originally, he had the ability to speak. That was actually an invention of the Transformers movie.
Oh yeah.
And it's just kind of got. You'd be surprised at how much the Transformers movie just made up, and now is just canon forever.
Oh yeah.
Like the Allspark. The Allspark, that was just made up by the Transformers film.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's a part of canon forever.
That's kind of neat. It's just like it's not canon, suddenly it's canon. Who cares?
Well, it's not it wasn't canon. It's like no one had even like made it or had the idea before. The Allspark just wasn't a thing.
Yeah. That's pretty cool. And the whole Bumblebee getting his voice box ripped out, that was cool too. Now he's got a backstory. Jackson Vo, he says, Eerie thinks the perfect man can't speak. Shocking. I said he's cute. Still, I am still biased towards Optimus. Because Optimus is Prime. Okay? He's prime steak. That's what he is. That's Optimus. Celestial Falcon says Optimus is the perfect man. I'll agree. I know. I'm not wrong. See? I'm the best at not being wrong. You take one look at Optimus.
The thing is, though, like Jack in that scene where his mom said, like, he says, "I don't wear heels and everything." Like she's trying to get Optimus. Yeah, he sounds upset, but like Optimus Prime would be the best fucking stepdad ever. I don't know why he's upset. I'm just saying.
He would. He absolutely would, and you fucking know it. Celestial Falcon says, I will stand Soundwave, though. He is easily my favorite character.
Soundwave,
although I did low-key have a crush on Ratchet at one point. Because he was so Mr. Serious. But the thing is, I'm not gonna lie.
One from Prime?
Huh?
The one from Prime?
Yes.
Ah.
Yes.
I see you're a fellow Jeffrey Combs enjoyer.
Yes. His voice is also great.
Do you know who Jeffrey Combs is?
No, but I'm guessing
he's
a voice actor.
He's a voice actor, but he's famous for like playing so many roles in Star Trek.
Really?
Like, he plays on just Deep Space Nine. He plays a Ferengi. He plays Weyoun. And there's another character he plays. Like he plays the same character in one episode. Same three characters in one episode.
Oh my gosh! So
like
he's
completely different in makeup and everything.
So he's like their Swiss Army knife. He could do everything.
He'll just come out of the woodwork. It's like, well, I'm Jeffrey Combs, and I'm gonna play another character here. For some reason, I think it's just like he's such a good actor that they can twist it. But he's also in he's also a voice actor, and he does Question in Justice League Unlimited as well as some other ones. Great actor, great voice actor.
Mm-hmm. He is great. He is great.
I really wish Jeffrey Combs was the voice actor for Thrawn. I think he would do an amazing Thrawn.
Yeah, Jeffrey Combs, our boy. Although I also really love General Sisko's voice. My gosh,
you mean not General Sisko, Captain Sisko? Captain
Sisko, my bad. His voice is art. That is art right there. Every time he speaks like he's painting a canvas. How do you do that? That's amazing.
The best is yet to come, and babe, would it be fun? I love his singing voice.
Yeah. He's great. The guy, I don't know who's his actor. Who plays him? What's his name?
Oh, fuck. I know who he is, but the name's escaping me for some reason.
Every line that man says, he puts so much into it, and it just feels like it. He's so intentional about it.
Avery Brooks. The joke I keep making between Avery Brooks is he's very eccentric.
Really?
Yeah, he's as a person, he's like very kind of out there.
Mm-hmm.
And so like the joke I often make with like Lit Dev and a few of my friends that watch Deep Space Nine is I say that Avery Brooks is such a fantastic actor because he's a crazy man that can pretend to play a sane man. And sometimes Avery Brooks will just come out with like some raw Avery Brooksness if he has to play like a villain in one episode.
Oh, really?
Because randomly they'll make Sisko like a villain, but it won't actually be him, if you know what I mean. Like it'll be a holodeck character that has the face of Sisko or this, that, and the other. They'll find excuses for him to be insane. It'll just go, it'd be crazy.
Really?
He'll just start chewing up the scenery.
Oh, you gotta send me clips of that. That's so cool. Cause like I said, his voice is art, man. Just
yeah. We'll have to watch through Deep Space Nine at some point because it is.
Oh yeah.
I love it. there's so many great single episodes. Like I showed you even just one, which was the episode where Odo it has like reconciles with his father,
Mm-hmm.
and I love that one. And because we watched Turning Red, I was like, okay, here's a better like like
Rendition of that story, yeah.
rendition of the theme. Well, for a start, How to Train Your Dragon has already done the idea infinitely better than Turning Red did. But
Turning
also
Red, yeah.
the episode in Deep Space Nine is also like way fucking better. Like as a concept of
Oh yeah.
trying to compare like the idea of like the current generation and the previous generation. I think it's like Turning Red is so fucking abysmal at that. It's basically
Mm,
the old generation is all just old fuddy duddies.
yeah, essentially.
And it's like the new, I'm 13. I can do whatever the fuck I want. It's like, what is that really what you're going with? And you defeat the big rampage red panda monster with twerking, a
Yeah.
13-year-old fucking twerking, as well as the confused themes. You compare that to How to Train Your Dragon, beautiful. Compare that to the Oda reconciling with his father, beautiful. Because it's not while okay, so his father was harsh with him, and he
Mm-hmm.
ended up resenting him for it, and he wanted to be better than his father, so he decided that he was going to be very soft and kind, but it never pushed the changeling to be anything more than just what it was because they were far too comfortable. And the fact that it's like done with changeling as well, what a perfect way to like tie this whole theme together.
Oh yeah, that was great.
And then the thing that gets the most out of the changeling to grow the furthest is the mixture of like the connecting with the child and knowing when to push them, which is like
Yeah.
that, like it's combining what the father did and what Odo's doing, and it gets the best out of the child, and that reconciliation between them is beautiful. And I love the change on Odo. Like he's so genuinely happy and proud. And he
Oh.
goes when he goes up to Quark, and Quark thinks he's like, why are you being weird, bro? Why are you being strange? Like why are you doing this? I don't feel comfortable because he's obviously
Yeah.
so used to Odo being like this stick in the mud.
Such a wholesome episode. I remember you showed it to me. It was so good. Yeah, the CLS, yes, we're talking about the DS9 episode where Odo reconciles with his father in raising the changeling. It was such a wholesome episode. It was really good. Jackson Vo, he says Odo and Quark are the best couple.
Or I could change into a giant python and eat you. Yeah, whatever, man.
Oh man.
Like oh, Rene Auberjonois. Oh, rest in peace, man. You were a brilliant actor.
He was. I consider myself something of a connoisseur of men's voices. That's why I really liked you. You have a very nice voice, Shiny.
You don't love me for being a good person. You just love me for my voice.
The voice is a bonus. Let's put it that way. I really like it. At the same time, like there are men with just very artistic voices, and it's like, wow, that is a you voice, buddy. I'll give an example. Literature Devil. Literature Devil's always had that amazing laugh. He's also had that amazing voice all the time. He's gotten a bit faster in speaking. Like he talks like a way too fast nowadays. But before, like he was very careful to enunciate his words, and he just oof, he sounds beautiful. Like watch some of his old stuff. He sounds beautiful. That's why that's part of why I kept following him. Ear candy. Oh, General Cisco. That man makes art
Captain
with his
Cisco.
voice. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. Captain Cisco, that man makes art with his voice. You know, his whole model, I only know it because LD plays it. The whole monologue of like the termites you have to demolish the
Okay,
house.
that's him being like crazy. that is him as a villain.
I know, but the actor, the way he places his words
Sometimes a
are
house has been so
art.
infested by termites that you must not only kill the termites, but demolish the house and build again.
And build again. CLS Erie out of context shorts would be hilarious. You know what? I actually have that in the works, believe it or not. Yeah, I've been clipping these streams and making little bits out of them, and they're gonna come out pretty soon. But if you guys find anything funny that I don't catch, if you could send me clips, I will make them into shorts. Just send me the clips. Please do. DM them to me. If y'all know my Discord, if you know Shiny's Discord, he can link you to my Discord. If you're on my Discord, just DM it to whoever. Doesn't matter. Do it. But yeah, what was I saying? Oh yeah, men making art with their voice. I always loved Liam Neeson. Liam Neeson has to be one of my favorite voice actors.
Not Sean Bean.
Sean Bean, I am not too familiar with Sean Bean. I did not watch Game of Thrones for obvious reasons, coming from a Catholic family that doesn't like nudity or sex at all. But you know, I always really loved Liam Neeson. Beautiful voice, beautiful man. Yeah, I want him to read me a bedtime story. That's what I want. Who else?
He's got to have done some audiobooks at some point, surely.
I think he has. I think. Who else? Who else has an amazing voice? It's always like the very like mature male voices for some reason for me. I've got issues. Who else? Cisco. Oh, you know who else is really great? The guy that plays young Obi-Wan.
Oh, Ewan McGregor.
Great. Yeah, Ian McGregor. Not only does he have an amazing voice, he a cutie. He's kind of cute. Just saying. Ian McGregor. Damn.
Join the club of women that just simp for Ewan McGregor.
They're not alone. So yeah, him too. But you remind me of him. You're my sassy British.
Just because I sound British.
Well, you're sassy as well.
I CS.
CLS says, Erie, as a Catholic myself, I hear you. Game of Thrones has eluded me as well. Yep, that's life.
Well,
buddy.
I think that's probably better for you, to be honest.
At least we didn't have to deal with the horror of season 8. As much as I've heard, it made everybody hate Game of Thrones overnight.
But you've still seen like the Sean Bean like Yorkshire ad, like brothers, sisters, a great legacy rests upon your shoulders. We don't just make tea here; we make proper brews.
Yeah, I think I would. But the thing is, like, I don't know too many things he's in. I only know him from you telling me about it.
You think you would with Sean Bean?
Maybe I would. He does have a very lovely voice. What I don't like, sisters. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I love masculine voices. I love like very, very well developed masculine voices. What I don't like is like the super forced gravelly voice trying to sound sexy.
You know what grinds my gears?
You know what grinds my gears? Everyone trying to be Corpse Husband. There was a period where I liked Corpse Husband, and then there were just other guys doing it, and I'm like, I don't even like this anymore. Like, y'all are posers. I hate this. Do you remember Corpse Husband? Do you know Corpse Husband?
I don't know what that is.
Oh my gosh, he got really famous. He was a faceless YouTuber. I don't know what happened to him. And he faded into obscurity, but he got super, super famous because his very unique voice is super gravelly, because he has some kind of condition that makes his voice even worse. Like, I don't know, even worse, quote unquote. It's a condition. But, like, it makes his voice sound super nice. Like, super, super low. Super deep. But, yeah, that's how he got super, super famous. And, but then there were, like, other people trying to do his thing. And it's just like, nah, dude, I can't with this. I can't with you. It's just like super developed. voice. I think I get this from my grandma because my grandma, she always gushes about how my grandfather had the most beautiful sounding voice ever. He was a news anchor, and his
Or
Spanish
I
speaking.
think just women just have a thing for voices, if you ask me.
Maybe. Could be. I'm the only person that's like kind of like fixed on it. This might sound shallow, but like I remember in community college, there was this one guy, he was cute looking, and I wanted to talk to him. And he had like this, when he spoke to me, he had this voice that I just could not get over. It did not sound good. And I'm like, I'm so sorry this is so shallow, but I don't like it. I don't like it. He had like this southern accent and his voice sounded like super, super, super hoarse. And like throughout the course of the entire class it didn't change, so I don't think it was because he had a cold or something. And I was just like, I'm sorry, you're cute looking, you're adorable, but just the voice. I need that. It's something I need. That's super shallow. I'm highly aware, but
So you're
like
saying if I didn't have an accent that you wouldn't be interested in me?
I'm not saying you, you
I
can't back me in a corner like this, Shiny. You can't do
can
this to
back you
me.
into any corner I want,
Oh my gosh.
especially when I've got this voice.
Alex Halo says Corpse Husband. I think he was one of the Minecraft YouTubers that caught grooming minors. Not sure though. Dude, I don't think so, man. I'm not sure about that. I never heard of such a thing.
Then again, there's lots that you haven't heard of.
That is true. Jacksonville, he says voices and personality are how ugly, mean men attract mates. What? Dude. Well, no. Well, something. I smell jealousy. I smell jealousy in that statement. I don't know, man. You jealous?
I don't
You saying you
know,
don't?
Adolf. I don't know, man. You've been seeming kind of sus lately.
Been seeming kind of sus lately, Adolf.
I saw the way you looked at Paula, and don't lie to me, Adolf, you sussy baka.
You sassy baka. Don't lie to me, Hitler. Adolf. Oh, man. Winston Churchill was such a dude. You know what I mean?
No.
That man was tough as nails.
Uh-huh.
And yet, on his free time, he painted.
Oh,
He's
Churchill.
somebody to look up to. Yeah, Winston Churchill.
Oh, yeah.
He's someone to look up to.
I just think it's funny
CLS, you're asking
he...
everybody else to clip things. Can you clip things? Can you do it? Go ahead and do it. Sorry, go ahead, Shiny. I cut you off.
Well, the fact that both Churchill and Hitler were both painters.
That's ironic. I need someone to make a manga from that immediately. The Tale of Two Painters. They're both rivals, and they use their art for one purpose or
It's
another.
interesting. Churchill didn't sell his paintings under his own name.
Really?
Yeah, because he didn't want people to want them because they were his paintings. He wanted them to want them because they were good.
Based.
So he didn't really. So the people that bought his paintings didn't know that they bought paintings that Churchill had painted. So they basically were very surprised when it was revealed that they had Churchill's paintings.
Yeah, that's amazing. He wanted it based on merit. Amazing. That's the definition of based. Also, like, or have you ever seen Adolf Hitler's drawing of Disney characters?
What? What?
Is that you or me? Oh, you back?
No, I'm here. I'm just confused about what you just said.
Wi-Fi was acting funky for no reason.
You there?
Everything's frozen.
I think it's probably you.
Okay.
Lou?
Hello, I'm back. I think my Wi-Fi is being fucky. You there?
I'm here. Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. My Wi-Fi is messing up. Yeah. Have you ever seen Adolf Hitler's drawings of Disney characters?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, it's so weird. Because, like, they're all, like, happy and, you know, very accurate. And, like,
I've
he
seen
signs
some
it
of
AH.
I've seen some of Hitler's drawings. I've never seen him draw Disney characters.
Yeah. He look it up. Yeah. Jackson is going at me today. Damn. He says, and you're dating a man in a mask, Eerie, and all you praise so far is his voice? Brother, if you got it, you got it. Damn.
The mask stays on in bed.
But y'all will never know. He has gold flecks in his eyes. And I got to see them.
You repeated that so often. To me, it sounded like an NPC line.
An NPC line. Well, I kept
Well,
noticing it.
it's like must have been the wind.
I don't. Psh. You have gold flecks in your eyes, bro. Looks gorgeous. It's kind of enchanting, almost. But of course, even in video chat, I don't see him. You can only see them in person. It's pretty cool. CLS says Hitler was a Disney mom. That explains everything. Celestial Falcon says the spacesuit and the helmet stays on in bed, Eerie. Oh my gosh. Oh, and you're so tall too. I mean, it was
You're just short.
It took some getting used to how tall you are, because everybody in my family is so short. To a point where I kept headbutting you and getting your glasses all smudged. So
Well,
I
think the glasses smudging was a different thing. You kept headbutting my chin, or I think you generally didn't. You've never kissed anyone, have you?
No. Well, technically no.
You got used to it. You got you got into the motions of it. But every time I tried to kiss you the first time, it was like you kept headbutting me.
I kept headbutting you and smudging your glasses, so I ended up just buying like a whole pack of just like lens wipes just to keep in my pocket. So every time that happens, I just hand you one.
Well, because your nose kept smudging up my glasses.
Oh my gosh. CLS says, Shiny, why are you playing a train game? You watched Thomas and Friends or something back in the day?
Yes.
Yes.
Da, 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 da.
Celestial Falcon says, my girlfriend is 5'0", so am I. And now I'm wondering how it's gonna go in my relationship, LMAO. CLS says, Eerie headbutts everyone except Optimus Prime. Shut up. Alright, y'all.
She just gets crushed by him.
Y'all are not gonna let that go.
Is that sounds of being flustered I hear?
You be quiet. You be quiet.
The thing is about Eerie is she's very easy to make flustered.
Oh, great.
Especially when you know how to push your buttons.
Oh boy. Now everybody knows. Now everybody knows. Alex Halo says, I'm back, Eerie. I looked up Corp's husband and he's having extreme health problems. Oh boy, I hope he's doing alright. I'll pray for him.
Who?
Oh, just some like internet celebrity, like some internet personality. He was like really famous at one point and he blew up for his voice. Do you remember The Graveler voice
yeah,
actor.
you'd show.
Korshausen, yeah. So apparently he's having some severe health problems nowadays. I feel sorry for him. Oh, and he got doxxed for no reason. Like, just people were just so like all the fangirls were just so freaking rabid that they just they tried to dox him, and then when they found someone who they believe was him, they were just like, "Oh, he's so ugly," and then all his fan base just fell off. It was so sad. He didn't deserve that. Anyway, thanks for distracting everybody, Alex Halo. Appreciate that.
Anyway, so back to Optimus Prime.
Ah,
I am Optimus Prime.
I am Optimus Prime.
Freedom is
really-
the right of all sentient beings.
I really love the logic of the voice actor. How he's like, he's strong enough to be gentle. At first, he wanted to do like a
Based
hero.
off his brother, who was a Marine.
Yeah, his brother was a Marine. So wholesome. Yeah.
If you're gonna be a hero, be a real hero. Don't be one of these fake action Hollywood heroes. Be strong enough to be kind.
Wholesome. Wholesome. He was wholesome from the start before it was cool. Amazing. Jackson Vo, he says, "All right, Shiny, now you have to dress up as Optimus Prime instead of Nightwing." He just comes in wearing a bunch of boxes painted like Optimus Prime.
As you do.
CLS says, "Shiny and Eerie off the top of your head, what's your favorite G1 episode?" What's G1 again?
Oh, Generation 1 of Transformers.
Generation 1 of Transformers. Lord. I have not seen much of Generation 1.
Barweed Mini Bomb.
Probably my favorite clip is from Aha! A booby trap that actually catches boobies.
Amazing. Booby trap
Amazing.
that actually catches boobies.
That was hilarious.
I have to be honest, I've only ever seen clips of G1.
Me too.
I have to say though, my favorite Transformers media, just to show how based I am, Cybertron. Fall of Cybertron games. Yeah, they're bloody amazing. I love them.
Yeah. Celestial Falcon says, "Man, roleplay nights must be nuts as Shiny dresses up as Optimus and Eerie dresses up as RC." And in the background, we don't have music. We just turn on a chainsaw.
Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime and Harley Quinn meet.
You're gonna make all the truck noises, and I'm gonna have a chainsaw.
I'm just gonna bully you by going mer mer around you.
Celestial Falcon, our worlds are in danger.
Our world. Oh, the Transformers Cybertron anime series.
The theme song. That
our worlds are in danger. Da, 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 da.
That theme song goes so hard, and it doesn't need to be.
It does. It goes so hard. It goes so fucking hard.
Oh, Jackson, come on, man. Come on, Shiny. Don't you want to rev your RC? Come on, man.
Oh,
come on, man.
Transform. I always love the little animations, like transformation sequences they had.
Mm-hmm.
Like where because they look like toys and they would transform like the toys. It wouldn't just be a visual mess.
Oh, so it was actually kind of like a guide if you actually had the toys.
Yeah, it's almost like a guide on how to transform them because each part would like move. But the funny thing is they had all these extended sequences where they would they'd essentially be talking while they transform. I was like, I'm really gonna beat you up now. Da, 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 da. And they're just transforming still.
I would love.
I need to get Starscream away from the humans. Da, 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 da.
I would love to know like how many kids would just watch the show and they would have the Transformer and then they would just like interlock the toy just as the
That was
transformation
me.
sequence was
That
playing.
was me.
That was you? Oh,
I had the Metroplex toy. I had several Transformers. I had I had a big Metroplex, and I had a few small ones, which included Optimus Prime and a few others.
Yeah. And then you would just
my
like flip
favorite
the
one
toys
from
in
that
place
show
during the
is
sequence?
what's his face? The time travel Prime. Damn it!
Time travel prime. Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what his name is. Sentinel Prime? No, not, that's the precursor. Vector Prime. That's it. Vector Prime. The thing that really bothers me about that show is the fact that they never really bring up the fact that Vector Prime is a prime. Like they just kind of gloss over that fact for some reason.
Celestial Falcon says, my favorite part is when Kobe transforms his scrap metal bot, and after transforming, all the Autobots give the thumbs up saying how good his transformation was.
I'm gonna be real, the human characters in every Transformers are always the worst, and I hate them all.
The humans?
Mm-hmm.
You don't like the humans?
No.
I don't know. I felt like as a kid, the humans bridged the gap for me.
They're so boring. I watch Transformers for the crazy transforming people. I don't want to follow some boring ass kid. And I think Transformers Prime even knew how boring Jack was, because they have this whole storyline about how similar Jack is to like Optimus Prime, and like, you know, that they're setting him up and all that to have this arc, and it just goes fucking nowhere because they just kind of forget about him. Like the other human characters, it just gets relinquished to the background.
Celestial Falcon, can you please send me that clip? I think I think that's hilarious. I need that clip, please.
Hotshot, Jetfire, Vector Prime, Landmine, Scattershot, Optimus Prime. Transform and roll out.
Roll out.
Transformers, robots in disguise. The funniest thing is that Soundwave was an actual DJ with auto-tune. Yeah, he was a DJ with auto-tune.
That's hilarious.
Let me drop a beat.
Jackson Vo, he says, I did not watch Transformers animated at first because of the art style, but it turned out to be one of the best versions of the show.
I haven't seen it either. The art style is a bit of a turn off for me.
The art style of which one? The first version?
Transformers Animated. Transformers Animated is a 2007 show, which was coming out around about the same time as the Transformers films.
I gotcha. But yeah, Transformers Prime was what got me into it. I thought it was so cool, dude. Starscream, though, he was so cool. I thought Starscream was cool. I'm like, hell yeah, you're gonna fight Starscream. And the other one, the big one. Fucking Megatron.
I always love the clip from Megatron because they had these weird, like, pseudo-animated things that used existing animations and just clip them, just dub them over.
Really?
Because they had their audience question stuff that they would submit the questions. And one of them was like, what's your favorite kind of cake? And Megatron goes, my favorite kind of cake is pound cake.
Whoops.
Oh no. No, Megatron. now we know that Megatron likes to pound cake.
Oh boy, that's unfortunate wording.
Just so you know. Just so you know. If you ever needed to know that.
Da, 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 da. That intro fucks, man. That goes so hard. Holy shit. I feel like editing a version of that intro, but like put the cat that's bobbing his head up and down over it.
I think someone's probably already done that. That sounds familiar.
Sounds appropriate.
Our worlds are in danger. There's a similar meme that I remember with the cat where it's like when the submarines, when the sub's on fire and so is the music, and it's Subnautica where the when the submarine is damaged, like for some reason it drops a really sick beat. So it's just like the dancing, even though the submarine's on fire, it's just a sick dancing.
That sounds amazing. You're about to die, but you're about to get down.
Look up when the sub is on fire and what the music, and so is the music.
All right. Well, it's Subnautica.
Yeah, Subnautica.
Subnautica. Ship on fire. Ship on fire music. Okay. Abandoned ship.
Share screen. Press the share screen button.
Yep. Present. Share screen.
You want to share tab.
Share screen.
Share tab.
I'm looking for the tab. Abandoned ship YouTube. Share screen.
It's not the abandoned ship. Is the music? I want the meme. Actually, no, fuck it. Just play the music. No, just play the music. Oh, never mind. Oh, when the Cyclops is in fire and so is...
That is really fire. That's really good. I could see people like setting their ship on fire on purpose.
It's like, go back to the menu. I think this is. I remember a better one than this. AI. Was it go up? Go up. AI generated Subnautica.
This one?
No, down. Down.
Oh.
I hate it.
AI, love that. Love it.
The nice beat.
Holy crap.
I should play Subnautica again. It's been ages since I played it. Just so you know, I am gonna jam out to this. You just can't see it.
Hell yeah, dude. Gosh.
It has no reason to be this hard.
I love that. The ship just turns into a rave zone when it's on fire. The comments. Oh, there are no comments. I love when the comments, you know, say really funny shit. No.
Check the comments of the ship is on fire. And the Cyclops is on fire, and so is the music.
This is for you.
Why is everyone evacuating the ship? Every is too busy dancing to the alarm, sir. Beat dropped. The beat dropped harder when the Aurora crashed. So let me get this straight. In order for me to hear this in the game, I have to have my sub on fire. Throws a bomb into the back end of the sub. Whoops! This theme fits the chaos perfectly for me. Surrounded by a Leviathan, sinking ship, and fire. This is a full package of a panic attack. The perfect alarm sound doesn't exist. My
I
god.
want to imagine like in a futurist that's like an in-world sound. That's the
Cyclops.
alarm that goes off.
Cyclops, fire detective, Mark. Fucking cue the dubstep. Oh my gosh. I love that. We've almost gone on for like 5 hours already.
Yeah, well, we haven't streamed in a while, so that kind of makes up for it.
Yeah, sure. CLS says, all right, Shiny Eerie, thanks for streaming, you two. I'm going to go watch the debate. Good night and Godspeed. And then clinking beer glasses. All right, CLS, you have a
Yeah,
good
around.
night.
We'll probably be ending soon anyway, since I'm getting a bit tired.
Okie dokie. Alex Halo says, Shiny Effects, they have updated Subnautica and added the buildings from the new game to the old game.
That's pretty cool. And I didn't like the new game. Wasn't a fan of it. I think there was a lot that was being, because I was so what was it Below Zero. I was aware of the Below Zero like through its early production, and you can kind of see how these concepts were changing, and it kind of felt like they worked a lot on a concept and then they changed it and cut it, but they still wanted to like keep the characters and elements anyway. So you end up with a lot of really like disjointed aspects to it, which I think just don't really help.
What, in Subnautica?
In Below Zero, the sequel.
Oh, okay. You're
doing a Doctor Who theme there.
Huh?
You're almost doing the Doctor Who theme. Have I shown you the Doctor Who smooth jazz?
Oh, I think you did.
Look it up because it's got someone that you'll recognize.
Yeah.
Doctor Who smooth jazz, or Belgian jazz, I think it is.
All right, everybody, but this has turned into the
How
eerie.
far did we get with Black
smooth
Books, by the
jazz
way?
We are on the 3rd season. We're almost finished.
Because I think the last one we watched, I remember watching before I fell asleep, was Danny Boy, is that the chatter of a choo-choo?
Doctor Who jazz. Oh my gosh, is that fucking Manny?
It's Bill Bailey, yeah.
It's Manny from Black Books.
Share screen, and we'll watch it. As long as we don't get taken down for it. Hopefully we don't.
All right.
What a way to end the stream. Are you sharing?
Bill Bailey Doctor Who theme reimagine. Hopefully this doesn't give me a problem. Full screen.
Now, I am a massive fan of science fiction programs and their themes, and I've always a lifelong fan of Doctor.
Also, the hairstyle. He does not change his hairstyle, does he?
Never.
On screen or off screen, that's just his hair forever.
Who? Which is marvelous, isn't it? And it's a wonderful theme. Terrifying, though. I mean, I remember as a child, I was terrified by
Stream health. It's telling us copyright detected.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Gonna have to stop. So what does this mean? Does this mean that our stream is not gonna be able to be saved?
I don't know. Well, it should be fine. It's just that it's giving me the warning that it might get blocked. So I'm just quickly switching it back to the game just so we don't get blocked.
Okay. It translates to it's him, Doctor Who. He travels in the TARDIS, the fantastic phone box from space. The inside is much bigger than the outside, and that's the mystery of Doctor Who. The leader of the Daleks, he's called Davros. He wants to control the universe. Everybody he wants to control. He can't control the universe. Never. With the Daleks, the Doctor is superior. He laughs, ha ha ha! I am Doctor Who. The Daleks can't climb stairs. It's a tragedy for the Daleks. Ha 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 ha! Damn it! Exterminate you! Exterminate you! No, you can't because I'm Doctor Who. And that's the translation.
Wonderful.
Celestial Falcon bids us adieu. Have a good one, Celestial Falcon. Have a good night. Jegzimvo, he says, my only regret is I didn't arrive sooner. Ah, goodness. Well, it's been fun. It's been fun, y'all. So, should we continue playing for like the next 10 minutes or should we call it a day?
I think we should call it a day.
All right, sounds good to me. Sounds good to me.
And that way I can be embarrassed as I fall asleep talking to you later.
in common form. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for having fun with us today. We appreciate all of your comments, and we will see you all again in the next stream. Have a blessed one.